Hello, everybody. You know what's crazy? I still haven't changed the carousel that's beneath Kiken. Like, it still has the stats from when they were level 0, and their stats have changed. I want to say 3 times each.
More than that, probably, because
At least 3, yeah.
we've leveled up, which changed it. We've gotten bonuses from you twice, and then we got the one from your birthday thing.
Oh, wait, but did you get the one of the bonuses from me at the same time as the birthday one?
I don't think so.
By the way, that's 4.
Was that the same one from leveling?
No.
Did we level and then you had a birthday, or did we have a session before then?
I don't remember, but it's still 4 attribute points. That's off by.
Yep.
I think we got 1 from leveling, 1 from birthday, and 2 from just normal, like, you stuff.
Yeah. I believe that's right.
What is a stream streak?
Uh,
I don't know. I'm getting.
It means you've watched that many streams
in a row. I must have started recently because they're saying 5 streams in a row.
That's what mine says for you too, but it could have reset or just been implemented. Who knows?
Yeah, it must have just been implemented.
Twitch had some of my mods unfollow me recently, which is kind of weird. So, you know, we're doing well over at Twitch HQ.
Hold on. Do you suckle to Daddy Bezos?
Yeah, man. That's why I've had the same background for 10 years and no hair. That's why I'm like, yeah, I'm free New Year's Eve. Hell, I'm free Christmas. I've got nothing to do because I'm just drowning in all of my popularity.
Wade was just guilt tripping me about, well, you're canceling later on this month. And I'm like, we're not canceling. He's like, Christmas Eve. I'm like, that's not canceled. It was never scheduled.
And then this bitch is like, oh, and New Year's Eve is the week after.
Well, I mean, like, you really expect
that is exactly how it went, by the way.
Yeah.
I mean, I did not do that, but I gave that vibe. I will. But like, what are we gonna stream on New Year's Eve?
What else are we gonna do?
I mean, 2 of us have significant others to kiss, and the other 2 are upset that I pointed out that they don't.
I mean,
how long does a kiss take, dude? I've been married.
You thought that was such a big bird.
I've been married for 7 years. A kiss takes 2 seconds.
Right? It's like,
it's not the honeymoon phase anymore.
We don't even do the midnight kiss thing. I always think that's upset.
You know, Molly and my first New Year's together, I think it was the first New Year's together, maybe it was the second. She drank so much, like, I don't know what it was, some kind of alcohol mixed with like Hawaiian punch, that like about 30 seconds before the ball dropped, she was in the bathroom hurling. So when the countdown was going on, I was holding her hair while she was throwing up. People were like, Happy New Year! And she's...
Oh, okay. For a second of that, you're going to say, but she still stopped to give me a kiss.
Nah, man. I was good.
Well, we shouldn't waste too much time just chattering at the beginning here. Brittany, being as sick as she has been, she asked me to keep the stream relatively short. That way, I can be more helpful for her in the morning so she can continue trying to recover. So, we can kind of get back into where we were last session. Last time we were live, was Shahid. Y'all got drunk, played with some bracelets, drank a lot, vomited a lot, played some pranks, played some music.
That was 2 sessions ago.
Last time we were live.
Oh, we recorded last session. That's right.
But last session, which was straight to Patreon, and then later on released to the plebs, the everyone else. That session.
Shout out for Patreon. You know, finally getting some love after 8 years.
You know, it's funny. All the things we told him to promote with Patreon, what he decides to do is fuck over Twitch in favor of Patreon instead of just doing something for Patreon.
Yeah, sounds about right.
Well,
there's only so many minutes in an hour, you know?
The amount of time you spend in all those stupid fucking rooms in the LI Discord, man, you could have done so much more productive.
But I don't spend that
Scott's
time.
like, oh, there's this thing I want to do, but like, I take like 3 minutes out of my day. I don't have time for that. It's like, dude,
that's like while I'm pooping.
If I go in and just state something incorrect about Hillary and like not politics, Scott will be there for 3 hours fucking debating.
First of all, Hillary? Is this like
Democrat, man?
2012? And then
it's happening right now.
It's happening right now. I didn't even say anything incorrect. I just said her name. Thank you, Keegan. Good point.
What the fuck? Did
It's
you
just
just...
such
You
an
didn't
old
even walk
reference.
into that. You sprinted head first through a wall to get to it. All you had to do was say nothing, Scott.
Say nothing, Scott.
You had to sit there and eat whatever the fuck you're eating and just let him ramble for a second.
Menina.
No one asked. I said whatever.
Menina?
Scott, we should
Okay.
really get into the session. Also, Scott, my child. Is that me, Nina? It's my daughter, right?
Yes?
Nina,
I was
yes.
thinking, for a second, I was thinking
little,
niece, but
little
yeah,
girl.
Little
Yeah.
girl, yeah.
So we went from lakes to making them into chips. That's fucked up. Some real Texas Chainsaw Massacre
I hate
shit.
to be corny, but they're tortilla chips.
All right, Mr. Geen, let's move on.
All right.
That
What
was
was
just
I?
girl. Okay.
Where was I? Last session. Oh, there was D&D content. It's on YouTube and Spotify.
Yeah,
all right.
Nina is just girl, but me means my girl, which I think means daughter,
Mhm.
right? My or
Um,
my girl. I feel like that still has daughter connotation to it. La
Well-
Nina, maybe not, but me.
So last session, y'all left the
Slang.
whatever town that was, and you brought with you. There was a little bit of conversation, whatever it was, between Ashanti and Elliot and yourselves. Koa had like a singular moment of brilliance, and then y'all left and went over to Westwood. Inside of Westwood, you decided to just do a quick little shopping and then head back to the ruins. And while you were there, you realized, Jehoshaphat Batman, there is potions being sold here side by side that maybe should not be. This man likely doesn't have licensing. And so Kiken here, came up with a devious scheme, the most uncouth of plots to work together and steal this man's, belongings. And you got your hands in some powerful potions, and then made your way back to the ruins. Inside the ruins, Koa got handed a bracelet that he thought was a necklace because jewelry confuses men. And you had a quick conversation with Leon. But finally, as y'all were making your way back to, we were kind of like wrapping up a session. What's his name? Mikhail decided to go and check in quickly on Gwen. And as he was walking towards the chamber there, as he was walking there, he realized, oh God, he's a little bit tired.
You know what I realized? I didn't remember anything of what happened till last session. I've had that much going on that recap has actually made me remember. So thank you, Scott.
I'm supposed to insult Scott, so I'm going to show this picture where he failed to flip me off, and also in front of the line where he marks
Wait,
his height as he gets smaller over the years.
Where is it's,
Mhm.
it's
So,
literally it's like, I think it's paint.
Yeah, I would think that white stuff on a wall is likely paint. I hope.
The wall's not done. I'm in a basement. All right.
I just assumed you were marking your height as you get older.
By the way, I flipped him off for a good reason. But we'll leave it at that. All right. So,
He flipped
Uh,
off over my
Keegan.
right shoulder for a good reason. Good.
Keegan, you are walking towards her chamber door. As you're
Nevermore.
approaching, as your hands on the door, hands on the knob, you start to turn the knob or lift the latch, whatever it is. And you realize you're on your second yawn as you do so.
Great. But is there anyone else around that I can see?
There's always a guard inside of her room, and there's usually a guard outside of her room as well. Not always, but there's usually a guard outside of her room as well.
Is there one right now?
There doesn't seem to be, but that doesn't necessarily mean anything nefarious. They could have just stepped away.
I mean, yeah, honestly, as soon as he started noticing that he was feeling tired, he might have quickened his pace. Remembering Koa's story about how all that other shit went down. So yeah, even once he gets to the second yawn, he's up to the door, he's just gonna walk in.
Sure. So he grabs the handle and immediately pulls it and walks in.
Yeah, whereas he would have knocked before, but
Yeah, shown some degree of like respect for it
Mhm.
being, her privacy or whatever. Now there's just a sense of urgency or what have you. So he pushes the door open, and as he pushes the door open and steps in, you can see that there is still the other guard that's inside the room. So he does step in and see that that guard is standing there, and their eyes are open, as you go stepping in, and you can see that Gwen is in the bed across the way. But after taking a moment to take this in, you look over, you see the guard standing there, eyes are open. You look across the way, you do see, Gwen inside the bed, or at least the shape inside the bed, right? You look back to the guard that's next to you. They didn't react to your walking into the room. And when you look back towards the bed, Gwen's starting to move to regard who's inside the room. And as she's sitting up fully for her feet to touch the ground and sitting inside the bed, not standing or anything, you can see that's the long robes that she's wearing, and the mask that covers her face is a telltale sign of who is before you.
You have to
damn it.
fist fight her.
That would not be good for me.
What do you say or do first?
She's like his mentor too, though. It's weird.
Okay.
You're being a naughty student, Mikhail.
Please. So,
She's already
honestly,
sitting.
he
What
would,
a sitcom.
no.
Mikhail dating SQ. Koa dating Gwen.
oh, God.
And they're both Aldo.
God damn it.
Have we ever seen Aldo in the room with either of them at the same time?
It's why he won't go to the hospital.
Put those tight pants on.
Nice.
Put these
That's
on.
why he
Put
won't
these
go to the
on.
hospital. It's the reason for the fucking pants. It's all coming together now, just like us. Okay, anyway. So,
Oh, come on.
Or a wobbly H, not a
what
wobbly
do I
Q.
say? Oof. What is this? Right, yeah, the fucking summon points here. So yeah, Mikhail would probably just say, "Don't move."
I had no intention of it.
Kind of looks over at the guard again, imagining he's still
Seems to be sleeping with her eyes open.
not reacting.
Yep.
I think if he would just sound the alarm or anything right now, probably not. So then he'll step into the room, like just past the door, where he could close it but doesn't right now. He'll just ask, "Why are you here?"
To speak with you.
Kind of glances over his shoulder for a moment, and he'll close the door.
Thank you. May I stand?
I don't think it'll make much difference.
It doesn't. She's really short. As a matter of fact, standing up has effectively no change to her height whatsoever.
Okay. Go ahead.
She stands and says, "Are you going to begin some barreling monologue or start pelting me with questions? Or are you going to afford me a moment?"
You said you wish to speak.
She'll give a slight nod and say, "Perhaps we got off on the wrong foot, Mikhail. Actually, we certainly did get off on the right foot to begin with. We've had some good times before. I believe you benefited very much underneath my tutelage, as did quite a few others that you've grown well acquainted with. And others would argue that there are many, many people in Hard Gwen that have certainly reaped the benefits of the teachings that have been brought to all of my pupils. And beyond, of course. We don't need to be at odds.
You'll have to convince me.
I know. And so, I've left you a present. This is all taking too long. My home is under siege. And I've been too far removed from it to be able to provide any aid. It's all taking too long. And so, again, I've delivered you a gift. Come back and speak with me after you've enjoyed. Soon, Mikhail. And then she starts to, you can see the mask and the robes and everything kind of like start to fade from her as she, sits backwards a bit. And you can see that Gwen is sitting up on the chair, like so on the bed. So she's like half sitting on it, half standing on it, and her hands to the side. And she's like swooning for a second. She's grabbing their temple, forehead for a second, and then she blinks and looks up and goes, "Oh, I'm sorry, Mikhail. I was felt dizzy for a moment. Thank you for coming to visit. What were we speaking of?" And the guard next to you is like, and then looks at you like, "I was not sleeping on the job."
Mikhail gives him a look for a second and says, "It's fine. A moment."
Looks to Gwen, back to you, and says, yeah. And then opens up the door and leaves.
Just, as he's about to walk out, it's just you, so don't go too far.
Nods and shuts the door behind.
I think you may have nodded off, Gwen.
She says, "I have been feeling no."
It's okay. I just got here.
Are you okay? She says, like,
I'm fine.
kind of pushing herself up from the bed to, like, see if you're okay, but also not getting any closer.
He kind of like holds. He's like, no, I'm fine. I'm fine. She did speak to me briefly.
She frowns. Sits back to the bed.
But look, I didn't come in here to make things worse. I kind of thinks for a second. That threw me off so much I almost forgot why I came in here. Listen, I've been developing a spell. Something that I think might help you be able to
She
sleep.
shakes her head a little and then vigorously. No, Mikhail, no.
No?
What you're telling me, how do we know it's not going to be in my dreams? I
That's a
told
good
Koa
point.
I didn't want to see you. She says, like, seeming to remember that, because before she was in a haze.
I thought it was just because you were angry.
She frowns, says, it's for many reasons. But one of the most important ones is I'm slowing you down. And I can't know anything.
I didn't think about that. I have to admit. I was just more concerned with... Damn it. Look, I really want to tell you. I respect that you shouldn't know, but...
I already agreed to Koa to go along with whatever plan you all have. You can sense motive.
Okay. I was about to ask if I could. Oh, weird. God damn it! This keeps
You're
happening with
weird.
Roll20. As soon as I clicked something, it logged me out.
Ugh. Annoying.
Don't click log out.
That's not what I clicked. You know,
Hmm,
that's the thing that makes it weird.
I don't know. Sounds like a skill issue.
Yeah, guess a lot of things do when you have no skills.
I think you have at least one.
Oh, it didn't sound like a skill issue to me. This kind of feels like one a little bit.
By the way, you did get level 1 hype train completed, so you do have 2+1s.
Eh. I'm not going to use anything on this.
Where?
It's a 25% chance to beat the vibe check.
All right. I wouldn't even say it's so much as that you're reading against her directly. If that changes your
okay.
opinion at all.
No, I think that's probably enough then.
Yeah.
I know her.
You know that
decently.
she's saying the things that she's supposed to say, even if she doesn't fully believe them herself. She'd probably be fairly easy to convince. It'd be harder for Koa to convince her because she's so much more emotionally attached to Koa. Not to say anything mean about Mikhail, but
Mhm.
she just gets distracted when she sees Wade's shiny head. Like a
Why am I there?
tease. Voyeurism.
Oh, damn it! I gotta go cook somewhere else.
Same reason why Ano, Kajitar, and Kittens is here.
Okay. He notes that, and then we'll say says you don't have to go along with everything. I mean, you do have a choice in a lot of these things. As limited as it's going to be with, minimal information. I honestly think it's pretty important that you do.
She's not arguing with you, but she gives you like a somewhat pleading face. That's like, I don't want to be the problem.
Look, right now, you can't help what's happening to you. And I guess if you live long enough, you're going to get into this position, whoever we're talking about. I've been helpless before. Hell, so is Koa. These are the times when, as much as a burden as you feel, you just have to let people take care of you.
She frowns because of her past, which I don't think you understand the full nuance of, even though you know the stories.
No. Mm-hmm. That's the position you're in now, but it doesn't mean you don't have a say in how it's done. If we have a plan you don't like or are very uncomfortable with, I think we want to know.
Mikhail, anything that you tell me, it's possible my dreams will hear about it. And as it is, you chose to come here. Was that your choice?
It was.
Are you sure?
As sure as one can be. I didn't do it in my sleep.
I don't remember you walking in. Sounds like she was waiting for you.
I'm fairly familiar with enchantment magics. I don't think that's at play here. At least not on me.
She frowns and says, you and I both know very damn well that we play by different rules.
That's true. Well, look, even if there's some manipulation happening, I'm here now. And whether it was because something nudged me or not, it was a reasonable thing in my mind. It's believable now, as it was then.
She crosses her arms as like a physical way of kind of like putting a wall between you guys, and kind of like, her shoulders kind of pulling tight around it. And she says, I'm surprised that a concept like the sunken cost fallacy is lost on you.
It's not lost. I He kind of chuckles. Says, it's just I know I'm not immune to it either.
Well, I've been told many times in my childhood about the stubbornness of the Dell.
Well,
It's like
uh,
it's like any mule. I don't think I'm gonna win this one.
I don't do well with mules. But look, I'm not gonna sit here and tell you a lot of things. You've made an excellent point. And he kind of folds his arms again and thinks, the problem is I needed to ask you something, but the question itself is telling.
I think you've already made your decision. She says, crossing her arms. But with your previous sense motive, you can also pick up that's her way of shifting the blame of choosing to move on you, while she discontinues fighting against progressing with your plan.
Okay.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like, she was like,
All right, well,
sounds like you made
your
your
choice.
decision. Yeah, right, yeah, exactly.
Yeah. He'll accept that because it's the kind of concession he needed. Say, I need to get one of those dream catchers. Whether it's from the Chantry or otherwise. I had originally thought to maybe have Koa see if he could whittle one. He's been getting decent with carpentry. Maybe he knows a little about woodwork too. But I know the basic shape, but if there's any nuance, you've seen them a lot more than I have, honestly.
What's the ask?
Well, it would mean Koa would have to come in here and take direction from you, and I know you didn't want to see him.
She shakes her head and says, I've seen dream catchers before. It's not a concept, as I'm sure you know, that's solely for the Chantry, but they have a unique design. You might need one of theirs.
Yeah, I think that's the starting point for what I'm trying to do.
She shakes her head and says, if I make them in my dreams, then maybe they're somewhere around my home.
Huh. Okay. I was really hoping avoiding having to go all the way to Hut Gwen to start this, but that sounds like that's probably the safest way to do it. Okay. I think I have my answer.
Anything else?
I'm sorry you have to sit in here and wait.
Don't be. But as you leave, can you find out where that guard went that I told to get me tea?
Sure.
I asked to get me tea.
It wasn't the one who was standing in here, was it?
No, he asked the other one.
Okay. Yeah, I'll make sure he comes back with it.
Make for me. I want this is a wisdom check.
Oh, I'm wearing the crown. Good.
Oh, I'm wearing the crown. That's what he said.
Yeah.
Hey, not a bad start. Oh my god, he's wearing a magical crown to get a +0.
To be average, yes. I required magic.
If I had magic,
Powerful ancient magic.
I'd fight to be average too. Are you happy with the 4 for the 10?
Not particularly, but I'm going to keep it. I'm just going to see what I get.
We'll
if
leave
anything.
it at that.
Okay. He does kind of pause in the doorway. Says, "Do you want me to send anyone by other than the guard?"
No.
Okay. Then he will leave. Yeah, he'll spend a little bit of time trying to find that guard. Who, or actually, he'll just ask the one outside, be like, "Hey, where'd the other guy go?"
Oh, went to go get some tea. I guess he's been gone for some time.
Yeah. Where would that be? It's been a minute.
Gives you directions.
Yeah, I'll go find that guy or try to.
Yeah. They got, they're in there having a conversation. Entirely forgot to make tea.
Dude, make fucking tea. What are you doing?
Oh. Like, oh, it entirely slipped my mind. I forgot I was even supposed to. Huh. Sorry about that. Like, they seemed a little baffled by it.
Did you do anything else when you came out here?
No, we've just been chatting. Talks to another one of the guards, and the other guards like shakes their head. No.
Okay. Yeah, just shake that off and
It's a
go
bit
back
more of
to,
like not so formal, but a bit more of like, sorry about that, sir. You know, like they treat you formally, but not so over. It's not the military. Right?
That's fine.
It's not over the top formal, but
Yeah,
you are
they can
like
treat me
top
formal.
dog. You know.
Yeah, that's fine. I'm good with that.
Yeah.
So yeah, he's like kind of gives him a look like okay, and just sort of decides to let it go.
Mhm.
He's just kind of suspicious of a lot of things right now, but we'll head back to the room where Koa was.
Yeah. And just to get a different RP in here, while Koa had his before with Gwen, and I think, oh no, when you went away, you guys talked. Hold on, who spoke to Leon? It was you two without Koa, right?
Yeah.
Cool. When you went away, Aldo, while you were there, you actually see what is it? A person leaning up against one of the walls over there. Looks at you from against the wall and says, "Hey, can I have a word with you?"
I was just raising his eyebrows, like, okay.
Looks around, maybe a bit in private.
Aldo also looks around. How private is it?
I mean, you're inside like the cave system, so you can find a more private place inside the caves, or you can go outside. Up to you.
Aldo says, sure.
Like, thanks. And they turn, and he turns and walks away with you, whatever it is, to inside or outside, Aldo.
I don't know. Inside, I guess.
Okay. So you go over and find a room where, there's maybe not a proper door, but if there's no proper doors, they've hung like curtains or whatever it is there to give like different, areas of just kind of like add some separation to some of the spaces that's there. So, you guys go in, they draw the curtain back, you go stepping in, and then as you walk in and like look around inside the room that you're in, it's just going to be just one of the sleeping areas, just nobody else is in here there's like several cots set up for several people to use this as their own, shared sleeping space. You go in and you're kind of like taking it in. And then as the person like, drops the curtain from their arm, they kind of like, step up behind you and you realize maybe a hint too late how close behind you they are as they say, "Should I call you daddy?" Like a whisper into your ear from behind sends like prickles on the back of your neck.
No, I guess Aldo just whispers back, yes.
Jake, you have to make it weird.
Yeah,
He made it
I'm the
weird.
one that did that.
Oh man.
Look.
And so when you turn back around, or when they finally walk around you, whatever it is, you can actually see Mikhail is standing before you and says, "Hey, Daddy."
Oh, I was excited until I seen it was you. What's up?
Mikhail shakes his head and says, "Nothing. Just was trying to get your opinion on this musical piece I was writing. You do write all the words, right?"
Obviously.
Here, let me get your opinion on this. And they'll reach and draw out their lute, and we'll go to grab the lute and go to play it, and to play the lute that's there, but there is no lute there. He goes, "Oh, damn it, I must have forgotten it. Do you mind waiting here while I go get it?"
Sure.
they walk in. They step out of the curtain for a second.
Yeah, I'm going to follow them.
Yeah. You got to follow them. So you're gonna step out of the curtain when you're following them. As you're like following through them, kind of like pushing through the curtain or whatever it is. They Mikhail turns and looks at you and goes, "Are you peeping?" And quickly transforms to look like an attractive woman standing before you, and goes, "I'd never."
You don't know me that well, then.
And then finally they chuckle because obviously like the little bit of game is super obvious or whatever it is at the time, right? And and then finally they say, "No, really though, do I call you daddy?"
Oh, this is not you, is it?
Well, I can be whoever you need me to be, they say, and turn into Gwen.
Is this what you've been doing with your spare time? Your new lease on life?
New lease on life? I'm just trying to learn how it works. I'm getting comfortable in my skin. Well, and they transform into you.
I
Other
told you
people
never to do that. He says. He snaps.
immediately transforms, but because it's so harsh how quickly you snap, there's like a half second where they transform into a natural form. Where it's like you can see there's a mid-transition state where they look like that natural kind of like, almost like gelatinous form, if you will, before they settle back into the first form you saw leaning on the wall when you came through.
What can I do for you? What's
Reem.
What's the name again? Reem. Reem. What can I do for you, Reem?
Daelric.
I'm a ream you, Wade. So anyways, the you saw, my apologies. You asked, what can I do for? What did you say?
What can I do for you, Reem?
What can I do for you, Reem? She says, I'm bored, real bored, like antsy bored. I hear you're the most fun one around, says with a smile.
Oh, undoubtedly. Hey, can you transform me into a gnome?
Thinks for a moment and says, yes, if I saw one.
Oh, I made Mikhail look like a gnome, and it was really, really funny because, like, until he shrunk down, he looked so dumb.
She, as a he right now, will or is it looking male, I should say, will chuckle to that and say, now that I have to see. I hear there are wizards that can do things like produce images of things that they've seen before and present them before you. Can Mikhail do that?
I don't think so. I've never seen him do it.
Then it'll have to be a makeover, they say, like overexcited.
Definitely. What have you been doing, Reem?
Rolls eyes, this, just kind of gesturing like what I was just doing. It's boring. I mean,
You really find it boring? The amount of stuff you would hear and see.
Oh, I've seen exciting things. I've heard exciting things, but Captain Stick Up His Ass wants me to go and learn how to swing a sword. Not that interested. I don't know if you know this or not, but I could rip the arms off the person holding the sword. Why would I learn how to swing it? Oh, okay. Jake
he
froze
did
for a
freeze.
second.
Okay.
Okay. I was like,
I
that
didn't
was a
hear
long
anything
pause.
from rip the arms off somebody with a sword or something, and then it just.
Oh, okay, cool. She says,
fixed him with the most intense stare.
I was like, he's thinking about that response. She says,
I was like, I think we all thought we froze. We're like, this is everyone's still.
She says,
Damn.
I can rip the arms off of a person of the person holding the sword. Why would I learn how to use it?
Yeah, you're deceptively strong.
Says, I could be a little bit more ostentatious, and then turns into like the bugbear.
No, not a fan of that one.
He wasn't a fan of me touching him. Shrugs.
Yeah, well, there you go, I guess.
I was like, he was.
Have you you tried drinking? That always works for me.
Yes, I have.
And
I mean, sure, I can drink and I can get drunk. It's not like it's not possible, but it's Edric always complains about people that drink too much, and then once he realized
Edric drinks too much. What are you talking about?
he keeps it for himself. We all know that, and it didn't take long for Edric to suss out the fact that after 4 or 5 people complains that they hadn't gotten their portion yet, even though he knew for a fact he had given them their portion, where all their portions were going.
Oh, that's clever. That's smart.
So
You
after
got to give credit where it's due.
she says, well, after 3 days of doing that, I got banned.
Can you really get banned though?
Okay, well, I made it less obvious.
Yeah, okay, fair. I mean, it sounds like you've been having a little bit of fun.
No, I've been biding time. I've been filling the gaps. I've been bored. Like you said, it's a new lease on life, and here I am, stuck in a cave.
What do you want to do?
Go to Hodgwen. And like when the man in front of you says that, it transforms into Reem, like actual physical Reem transforms. And the smile is weird looking because, like, somewhat translucent, again, kind of gelatinous. You see Reem standing there before you with a big, toothy smile.
You really don't, Dream.
No,
last time you were there, you remember what happened then? Or maybe
doesn't
you don't
matter.
remember.
I want to go, and like I said,
Why?
you have all the fun. I've heard the stories.
Do you know what they don't tell you about those stories?
Doesn't matter because I've heard those too.
Let me explain something to you. For every little bit of fun we have, there are 10 times that Koa just shuts it down instantly.
She transforms into Koa at this point and says, I could be a real pain in the ass, can't I?
Yes, you can.
Ugh. Don't you just wish that I could relax and have a good time?
No, I wasn't sure about you, but the more we talk, the more I think that we'd really get along.
That's what I'm saying. It says, like, gesturing towards you, like, very, very excitedly.
I can't do what you can do, but just give me a little while, and I also want to disguise myself as Koa. I just want to let you know that's what I'm doing.
You're like, I can't do what you do, but hold on a second. Grab some supplies and just start, like, working on an outfit while you're talking. That's hilarious.
Mm-hmm.
Watching you do this while you're doing that, but anyways, continue.
Oh god,
Actually,
you
do me a
basically
favor.
have a mirror.
Make me a will save, please.
Oh, I have to actually get into roll 20. Well, give me a minute.
Is roll 20 an issue?
More
was
that I
weird
just
earlier.
forgot that I was even supposed to be in roll 20. This game rolls, apparently.
At some point.
Alright. What am I rolling? A will save.
It's probably the mind reading.
Yeah, that'll actually piss me off though. Will save.
Oh,
Wonderful.
good. You start getting your stuff out, and she goes, "That's a great idea. Let me help." And then comes over. It's not super obvious that what she was doing, right? Because
That's fine, but Aldo like kind of like hits away a hand. He's like, I don't need any help.
She stops, Koa stops and stares at you with a rather effeminate stance and like crossed arms, and says, "You don't? Are you telling me you've been able to what is it? Craft your disguises with such a lifelike model before you?"
I've been doing this since before you were born. Okay, I don't need to hear it from you.
First lecture from Daddy.
Yep. Okay. Get going.
Rolls their eyes and steps back and says, "Well, fine. But before we talk about Hall Gwen, be honest. Takes a moment, really concentrating. And you can see Koa's hair starting to shrink and shrink and shrink into his scalp until finally he's like fully bald. And like he has this like very concentrating face, almost like he has to, like he's trying to shit but can't. But Koa is standing there bald before you. It says, "Do I look better this way?"
Does he look better that way?
That's 100% your opinion as to whether or not Koa looks
Where
better
is
bald and with a
where is
constipated shit
Koa's
face.
character art? Let me see.
Oh, he's on the carousel right now.
But that's the colorless
Yeah,
one.
it's colorless.
Even with that look, you do look more intimidating bald.
That's what I've been saying. And then the hair just kind of like
Kratos
grows
look.
back out fairly rapidly. What's up?
So he'd kind of have a Kratos look if he was bald.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Has Reem been just fully bastardized into just Scott at this point?
apparently. She went from barely being able to speak the language and super shy to now to this in a month.
Bored out of her
Living a lot of
tree.
life.
So you're making your thing. She says, continues, "Listen, you have to take me to Hod Gwen. Not only is there much more exciting stuff to do there, but you're exciting. You, personally, but also the crew, are exciting. And you're doing exciting stuff. I can help."
You probably could help. Don't get me wrong, but you could also accidentally, undo the progress we've made.
Undo the progress you've made. I can get places you can't.
I can do what you can do. I don't know what you're talking about.
Really. You can do everything that I can do. And as quickly as I
Slower.
can do it.
No, not as quickly. You've got me there.
Once again, Koa in a rather effeminate stance, hip to the side, leaning a heavy weight on one heel, arms crossed, and says, "How well do you know Beltran's routines?"
How well do you?
Well, considering that I've been able to watch over Went sleeping for a long time now,
You watch Went when he's sleeping?
he has the most interesting stories.
You a low-key creep or freak? I don't know. Either one.
I don't know, Daddy. Am I?
I'm going to hazard a guess and say yes. You're both.
I feel like I'm living Britney Simulator right now, and I'm not happy about it.
If Brittany would never in her life call me. I mean, that's not true. Technically, I do get called daddy, but that's because we speak like just like I call her mommy, but it's because you speak
Okay,
through
man,
the child.
please. I don't need to know.
It's not like a weird thing. It's like, come on, Gwen, let's go find mommy.
Yeah,
you
the
know,
kids
like,
are gone. You're like, hey, you want to go play house?
I'm like, and how does mommy want her burger cooked? You know, like that. Like, not like, hey, mommy. You're like, that's weird.
I don't know. How does Daddy want his wiener cooked?
That's some Lorena Bobbitt shit right there. Like, what the hell?
Oh God, I hate this. I'm suddenly glad we're only going 4 hours today. What the fuck?
I mean, that's normal.
I'm
Parents
with you
do
with
that
her.
all the time. Where's mommy? You know, like,
I'm okay. Yeah,
Thought you
let's
brought it to
pretend
our
that's what
D&D
I'm
campaign,
disturbed by.
man.
Yeah, anyway, so he's going to be like, even so, what do you know from watching him sleep? Really? Does he talk a lot in his sleep?
she says, talks to me a lot. See, what he's been telling me is, frowns, looks at you and says, "Oh, that's tricky. If I tell you what he's let me know, then you know what I know, and you don't need me. And therefore, I'm not invited. I want to go to Hod Glen."
If that doesn't work on me.
What doesn't work on you?
Now you're definitely not coming to Aunt Gwen.
She says, "Would you be able to
Can't
stop me?
threaten me.
Would you be able to stop me?"
Not really.
Come on. You can use me.
I don't make these decisions by myself. Even if, I'm down with it, which I'm not saying I am. The others still have to agree.
I know that you don't make all the decisions by yourself, but you do bend their ear pretty hard, she says, grabbing Koa's ear and like bending it really hard.
I mean, I can. Yeah, I don't know. All right, well, look, I might speak up for you, but first I want to see how you handle yourself.
The scars on the other side. Okay. She says as you like already realized your hand was going to the wrong spot and then shoot her a look.
Yeah, that's right. All right, let's see how you handle Koa.
She stops and says, wait, now?
Yeah, no time like the present. Just give me a minute. I'm going to finish up here.
Well, hold on. You mean
No, I'm throwing you in the deep end.
But now's not a fair time. Koa's in a bit of a state.
Life ain't fair, Reem.
She frowns and says, you're my dad.
I don't know about that. Listen, just look, we're gonna go cheer Koa up. Okay?
Cheer him up?
Yeah.
So you don't think that... And she transforms into Gwen?
No. Stop.
Okay.
Go back to Koa.
Transforms back into Koa and says, okay. Now, I've heard stories of the other one, and but I've never seen them.
What? Oh. Yeah, maybe don't. Maybe you don't want to.
Okay.
All right.
But come on, Aldo. You have to help me with this. Don't just go throwing me into the deep end. It's my dream to go there and help out with this. Please.
Since when?
I'm bored. I'm so
And it's
bored.
Your dream is to go to Hodgwen.
To get out of this cave and to help
Tell me, no.
do something productive.
Tell me, yes, my dream is to go to Hodgwen.
She frowns and says, my dream is to go to Hodgwen.
So laughs at her. All right, look, I don't know. As long as you keep being amusing, we'll get along fine.
And I'll let you ride Nightstorm on the way.
Oh, thank you.
Shall I say that in front of a bunch of others? Just make the promise in front of everybody?
But no, I'm going to look like Koa too. So then I can say to you, no, you ride the Nightstorm.
Well, then people are going to assume one of them's me and one of them's Koa. Oh.
There'll be 3 Koas. This is going to go well, I know it.
Which one are you?
I'm Koa number 2. You're Koa number 3.
Wait a second. How am I Koa number 3?
Because you look the least like Koa.
Says the person who still can't find the right wig.
But I will find it.
Looks like it's made out of a mop.
It is, okay? That's beside the point.
It's just what Koa's hair looks like.
Go ahead and roll your check.
No, I have to show her up here, so I'm going to take 20.
You spend forever getting it ready?
It'll take 20.
Yeah, that's fine. Take a 20 means that you do 20 times the amount of time it takes to do the action to guarantee that you do the action correctly.
Yeah, okay.
What does that get your number to?
37.
Christ on a cross. Can she even... What's her number? Okay, she has a +9 when she uses... So +29 when she uses her ability. I have to roll. I wonder if you do better than me.
I hope you roll under.
Oh, my die rolled off the table. Hold on.
Of course it did.
I rolled an 8 plus 29 is 37. What did you get?
I think you're tied.
37. Yeah.
Wait,
Yeah.
really?
Yeah.
Ooh.
So you're even.
Is it worth using one of your plus ones just to beat there?
Nah.
The fact that you matched a fucking doppelganger is insane.
Mm.
With like a mop and whatever else.
Wait, what do I have to roll to look more like Koa than you two?
Ooh. Good question. Chat. What is Koa's natural look like Koa number? Like, how does Kiken, like Mikhail, tell the difference between them?
I don't know, man.
Do you know him intimately? What's the bonus on that?
8? I don't remember. Hold on.
You're close friends with him, plus 8. It's not intimate. You've not had sex with him,
No.
right?
Right.
I believe that is correct.
Okay. Wait, hold on.
Not to my
Wait a
knowledge.
second.
Maybe we should ask Koa.
Wait a second.
Maybe we should ask
Hold
Koa.
on. Wade.
Yes, Daddy. Not so fun on that end, is it?
Has Mikhail? No, never mind.
Yeah, plus 8's fine.
What's your perception?
What's perception? I think it's 9.
Oh, that's right. That was the video we
It's
recorded
9,
for the
yeah.
higher Patreon tier. That's right.
Mm.
Plus 9, you said? So
my base bonus is plus 9, so I have a 17.
which means you have to roll a
face.
nat 20 to tell.
Mm-hmm.
Literally, you can only tell with a nat 20.
Yep.
Or unless you had some like...
Or like burn walk or whatever. Yeah.
Wow. That's hilarious. Okay.
You know, we did have to keep warm in the cold mountains together, so it's possible.
That was Yara.
Remember Wokeback Mountain?
Okay.
Where Nankaro
What-
awoke.
Okay.
Alright.
It's okay to
That
tell his
definitely
jokes are
sounds
bad.
like something else. That definitely sounds like something else.
I'll leave that to you, Daddy number 2.
I like
Daddy
that less.
duo?
Nope.
I have 3 daddies, so sorry, Wade.
That's okay. I actually have none.
Yeah, I have 0.
As always,
I'm
Wade, I'm
blessed
your
that way.
daddy. All right. So she stands there waiting for you to finish up. You guys banter a little bit. She tries to be a little bit more convincing of taking her hot Gwen and like how helpful she can be in that task and whatnot. But anyways, you eventually finish up your thing, and she's like, "What's the play?"
Make it up as we go.
Frowns and says, "So just kind of follow your lead."
Hey, you're running the show.
Oh, to cheer him up?
Just do whatever comes naturally.
Okay.
Start a fight with him or something.
No. If we want to make this really funny. No,
Yeah,
listen to me. If we
yeah.
want to make this really funny, we don't mess with Koa. We mess with Mikhail. And Koa
No,
comes
it'll
in.
be. Trust me, it's a million times funnier if we mess with Koa.
No, but if you mess with Mikhail and Koa comes in, then Mikhail won't know which one's the right one.
Yes, he will.
Why would he know?
When you've been traveling with each other long enough, you'll know.
Thinks for a moment and says,
See, the goal isn't to be Koa; it's to look like Koa and do dumb stuff,
"Oh."
like
Okay.
start fights with Koa as himself.
Thinks for a moment and says, "But wouldn't Koa know immediately that it was me?"
Well, he'll see me as well, right? And he won't know who's who.
Oh, he can't see you at the same time, though. You have to step out a moment later. No, I got a better idea. All right, listen to me, Daddy. This is the plan. We have to get
He
it.
didn't take the bribe, Snaga.
He
He didn't take
sees
the
you.
bribe.
He sees you from across. What bribe? He sees you from across the way, and he thinks it's me because you're across the way. But all the while, I'll be
You're
sneaking up on him.
overthinking this.
No, listen. And I'm just going to, while he sees you across the way and he thinks it's me, that's when I punch him in the side of the head. And he looks over and he sees, right? So he thinks...
Do it. Aldo then takes a notebook out and he starts like scribbling and he's like, yep.
It's the best
fucking
plan.
Gradiger.
Definitely do that.
Okay.
Okay.
So they wait until Koa is in a nice, dour, awful mood from having seen, his significant other, and she handed him a bracelet that then gives him some small glimmer. His heart is like sinking. He thinks he knows what it is. He's so sad. He believes she gave him back the token of their engagement, that very expensive gift they gave to her. When he opens his hand, he looks down and he sees she forgave me. And it's supposed to be something that like warms the cockles of his heart, but everything is just so cold and dark and lonely right now that it doesn't make him feel much better. It's like if the fire went out, at least then I can move on. This just reminds me there's still a fire, and I have to continue to carry that burden, and so on and so forth, and it doesn't make it any easier for him, Anyways, so Koa's in that kind of state of mind, maybe 45 minutes some odd later, from that wonderful state of mind, when he's looking for like a moment of peace or silence or whatever it is, and he goes into that chamber that has like the large water area place, and just kind of like reading the vibe of everything eeping off of Koa. The other people that typically guard this area leave, giving Koa kind of his space that's there. So Koa is kind of like absorbing the moment or whatever it is. He's over by the water, probably standing by the edge that doesn't have like a sitting or kneeling spot or whatever. One hand on either side of the basin, just looking into the water. It barely moves, so there's not much by way of ripple there. It takes one of those moments where he's just kind of like steadying himself and like looks into the water, and then he starts singing. Who sings that song? Is that Pocahontas? Nope, it's Mulan. The Reflections. No, so he's like looking into the water there when he hears a bit of movement from across the way. First, roll me a perception check, Wade. Ooh, I rolled well that time. Where's my stuff?
I actually rolled pretty well.
My total was 17 plus 5 is 22. Oh, shit. You rolled better than
Now, I did roll better than you, but I was going to give myself a -5 for being distracted and in my own thoughts.
Technically speaking, you do get a -5 when you're distracted. That is... Right? I'm just looking for
So I
it.
think
Or wait, hold on.
Koa
Or am I
likely-
thinking of 5e? My addition blindnessing myself.
I don't know, but I was going to self-impose it.
Oh, it's a +5 to the DC, so effectively also works as a -5 to the check.
Yeah.
Doing distracted.
Yeah, if you're looking at a perception skill, it's DC modifier +5.
Making check. Creature making check is distracted +5 to the DC modifier. Yep. So that does technically make my 22 a 27. So that works.
I won't
So-
always give myself that, but I will today.
But when I do, it's a +5. So you sir are there. You're looking in the water when all of a sudden you look up from the water and you can see coming from the hallway from, again, if you remember the chamber, you're over by the water, so the stairs are behind you. You have the storage room kind of in the front of you, a bit off to your right. You have the hallway in the front of you to your left, heading into like where the actual crack is, so on and so forth. So you're sitting there looking at the basin, you look up in the hallway coming from the crack, you hear some footsteps coming. And you look up from those, you look up to see whose footsteps those are because you hear boot falls. It's not a small person, so, maybe Leon, his boots are loud, even though he's not particularly heavy, his boots are loud, or maybe it's the bugbear, not that you want to talk to him now, but you do want to talk to him at some point. Maybe it's, somebody else that's coming down the hallway. But then you're kind of caught off guard when you look up and you see yourself coming down the hallway. How does Koa handle that?
He does like a double take. blinks, like looks again. He knows Reem's capabilities.
Of course.
Reem, is that you?
Does Reem respond?
Does Reem respond? No.
What does Reem do?
Walks closer.
Just keeps walking, ignoring. Do you like look at Koa, ignore Koa? What do you do?
He probably looks at Karen and he's like, he probably does. He's like, narrows his eyes. He's like, who are you?
In Koa voice?
Yeah, in Cowboy voice.
Yeah, okay. Koa, what do you say?
If this is a joke, I'm not in the mood.
Stop at if this is a joke, I'm. Stop at I'm. Reem had stealthed up behind you. I did an attack roll, a -4 to make sure it's non-lethal. I rolled an 18 plus, including my -4. Plus 4 is a 22. I think I hit your flat-footed AC. Reem comes up behind you and clobbers you in the side of the head. Or I say Koa comes up behind you and clobbers you in the side of the head. For that 7 points of non-lethal damage. I think you reduced that by 2.
4 for non-lethal.
Really? He doubles it for non-lethal?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, that's sexy. So you you take 3 points total of non-lethal damage after your DR. From being clobbered in the side of the head. So obviously being smashed in the side of the head, Koa would, step back and kind of like get into a bit of a stance. And obviously you saw Reem walking at you from over there. You saw yourself. And then you look and you see yourself standing directly in front of you. But in a fighting stance that, looks like a, somebody who's martially capable fighting stance in front of you. And it's you.
Koa's thought at not getting a response, and there not being just one, but 2 of him, means that it's not just Reem. There's something else going on. So this has to be an SQ trick.
Mm-hmm.
So he's going to go to try to tackle and cover the mouth of the nearest Koa.
Which is, of course, the real Reem.
Well, this sounds like an initiative check if I ever heard it.
Mm-hmm. All 3 of us roll real quick. I got 5 plus 1.
Mine
is
literally
6.
says 17, but it gave me a 10.
Nah, it looked like it was on the line.
Hmm.
So I had a 6. Aldo had a 9. You have a 10. You get to go first.
Is it a CMB versus CMD to try to tackle?
Yes, sir. Do you have improved grapple?
No.
I'm going to attack of opportunity against you.
Okay.
Because I'm armed.
Would Reem take it?
Yeah. Because it's non-lethal. So I do a non-lethal attack.
Also, I don't think you take the -4 for. She has natural weapons, not regular unarmed.
Correct.
That's right.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Correct. All right. So including the -4, I got a 15 total to hit your AC. Does a 15 hit your AC?
Yeah.
Okay. You take, including your -4 damage, you take 1 point of damage. Non-lethal, of course. You take 1 point total non-lethal damage, which means your CMB is at a -1. So you take you only rolled a 23, not a 24. But are you happy you're 23?
Yeah.
My CMD is not above a 23. You're able to grapple me. So as you see this, you immediately realize something nefarious is going on. You get into a stance and you just kind of barrel in with a bit of a guard up, and a clobber comes in and hits you, but you're able to absorb much of that blow. Just kind of ignoring it because, you're tough. You move with the hit well, so on and so forth. It hurts, it stings just a bit, but not much. It's just just somebody else would just be an annoying hit to the back side of the head, but more than something it's something you can more than handle. And then you get in past their defenses and are able to grapple them. That was
as he does. He yells, "Mikhail, Aldo, it's happening again. She's attacking."
Okay. It's your turn next, Aldo.
Aldo kind of just runs up, also almost like grabs Koa, like I'll make the check or whatever. But he's like, Reem, stop, enough.
Do you say that in Koa's voice or Aldo's voice?
In Aldo's, this is panic.
Oh, okay.
So I will attempt to grapple you, I guess.
That's a CMB against his CMB.
Is mine affected since
CMB?
I'm currently CMBing?
Yeah, you're grappling, so it affects your stats.
You do have the grappled condition as well.
Yeah.
I do.
So you
Okay.
could just throw it
Probably
on.
won't make a difference.
Ooh, probably not.
Does not.
Against my CMD, no, that does not.
No, it doesn't.
Aldo's all like probably like grappling at your clothes. If anything.
So hold on, Aldo, you came over and you a genuine panicked voice. Reem, stop. I thought at first from real life you were joking and saying it to Koa as though Koa was Reem.
No, he's saying it to Reem because as soon as like Aldo's traveled with Koa a long time, like, and he messes around with Koa.
Mhm.
But as soon as Koa was like, I'm not in the like about to say in the mood, like it was instantly like if Koa hadn't grappled Reem, Aldo may have just ran at that point. If he like just punched Koa and like they both ran, that you know what I mean. But he managed to grapple Reem, so and Aldo's panicked.
Yeah, I think it was two. Is it 2 moves to grapple and then cover the mouth?
Yeah, the second one's pin. Yep.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, if you had multiple attacks, you could have done it right away.
Yeah, I don't get that for a long time.
Next level. Wait, 2
6,
more levels.
I think,
2 more
isn't it?
levels.
I just love there's a reality where this was just literally Koa gets punched and the two of him run away. Just scatter.
This
That
is
would've
why
been
we
so
can't have nice
confusing.
things, you know. Anyways, so yeah, you grapple her, and then he comes over and tries to like grab you around your waist, but he's grabbing you. Don't get me wrong, but he doesn't have any hold that's worth noting. So that Koa knows he can easily swat to the side and is actively.
I forgot to mention Koa is raging.
Oh yeah, that does change things. So here in the range, seeing how you're furious now, you know the kind of like the look in your eye, the fury, just the way that your muscles are kind of like grabbing at her or whatever, and Aldo's reaction, the fact that it doesn't seem like a joke anymore, seems genuine. Let me actually roll something just to confirm. Actually, yeah, my vibe check was a 21. So yeah, she realizes very quickly the joke's over. And so finally, she will immediately stop, and she will kind of like, not try to break free from the grapple necessarily, because she's not trying to instigate it further. She's going to try to calm you down, right, to keep you from like freaking out on her.
Okay.
And she says, Koa, it's just me. Koa, it's just me. It's Reem. It was a joke. That's all. It was a joke. But she doesn't grapple or anything like that. She's just preparing an action to no, she's gonna use her standard action to
Punched me in the head. Just a prank, bro.
yeah.
Right? Exactly. To total defense.
Total defense, thank you, to increase her
Yeah.
defense.
Okay. Koa's
Yeah, very
thinking
just a
it's
prank,
full
bro.
out SQ battle. He's raging, and they're trying to convince him that he heard Aldo's voice and hears Reem's voice. So she was talking as Reem, right? Not as him.
Mhm.
Okay. I don't need to roll anything for Koa to figure that out, right? Even
I don't
in
know.
rage?
You're raging, right? So how dumb
Yeah,
are
but
you?
I don't even. What would that be? A
I'm
will
just kidding, I'm
save?
just kidding.
Wisdom?
Well, I mean, what's that? You should be fine. You shouldn't need
Okay.
to. I'm just curious what stats you miss when you rage. When you are barbarian rage, you are missing.
It's mostly charisma based stuff, isn't it? Other than
Yeah,
intimidation.
It's all
It's-
intelligence, wisdom, charisma, except for
Like
no, you
perception,
can't use
intimidate.
charisma, dexterity, and intelligence, not wisdom. Wisdom's fine, so you should be fine.
Yeah.
Okay. He immediately like lets go, falls out of rage, and like starts breathing heavy. Oh, for fuck's sake! I thought it was Queen again. Ow! Like rubs the side of his head as he like lets go and stands up.
So you let go and stand up, and now there's 3 Koas standing there.
What the fuck was this about? Convincing
Hey.
display.
turns to Aldo and goes, "What the fuck was this about?" And then interesting display, rubbing her head, looking at Aldo.
Oh, this is terrible. Aldo goes, "What the fuck was this about?" Whatever else Koa said.
I really hope, for the sake of both of you, that this is a part of some cool plan that you're practicing, and you're not just fucking with me for the sake of fucking with me.
No, you're completely right. This is part of a cool plan we've been practicing. How do you think it went?
It's been like 12, 18 seconds. I think I'm confused, angry. I don't.
I didn't think she was going to hit you that hard. I didn't think she could. I mean, got to kind of give her props there, right? But
how did I sneak up on me so much? I'm not that sneaky.
Yeah,
I mean,
well, but it's amazing. It's amazing what I mean.
Ow.
Yeah.
I can't really change my clothes, so these are my shoes, my boots. They're not as loud as yours.
Well, you two did I really thought there were multiple me's attacking me, and I figured it had to be. I thought it was happening again. Right.
Yeah, probably wasn't the right place to do this. Sorry. I just
If we were to try something like this again, we'd have to be somewhere far from here.
yeah.
Yeah.
Maybe don't go for the head if it's a joke.
Yeah, Reem.
You said he could take it.
He did.
And it doesn't mean I want
I also
to.
didn't tell me you're gonna punch him in the head.
I explicitly said I will punch him in the head.
I don't remember that at all.
She says, "Were you tapping the bottle a little too soon, Daddy?" Which is weird to see Koa say that to Koa.
It's weird for a lot of reasons.
All you get out of him is what?
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 Right. Assuming you're going to mock me again, I guess I'll pose the question nonetheless. What is the point of this? What benefit does this give us? We can 3 of me to scare Beltran?
Well, I mean, it could have worked, right? I mean, if you weren't you and you were Beltran, and you seen yourself and then all of a sudden got punched by yourself, do you think Beltran would react as quickly and be able to grab hold of Reem? You know what I mean? And if we also disguised you as Beltran, there'd be 4 Beltrans.
We've never even met him, so I have no idea how he'd react.
I think you're misunderstanding what, could be done here. If Beltran hates Koa, Koa should have to fight Beltran. But maybe Koa shouldn't be the one to lure Beltran.
What? You're saying one of you two, because you're more nimble than me, you should lure Beltran. Are you
Not
part of the
me.
team now? Did I miss something? No offense, Reem, but you never even.
Exactly right, Koa. I agree. Like Daddy here said, it's time for us to.
Please stop. Aldo says in his own voice.
As Aldo here said, this kind of stuff should be practiced nice and far away from here in a place safer from any of the stuff that's happening here right now. And moreover, it's not that I'm a part of the team, but I could certainly lend a considerable amount of assistance to this. I mean, just think about it. We could be Beltran's worst nightmare.
Worst nightmare.
Certainly some intriguing possibility, but I suppose you know what I'm thinking before I even say it, if you're doing that thing. It all sounds good, but can you blend in Hard Gwyn other than physically? But, I mean, no offense, you've not been around people other than here for a long time. So, whenever you're not pretending to be me, won't it be? It could be a lot for you to experience.
I mean, it would take me literally a minute to blend in comfortably, and then thank God, finally, the disguise changes, so there's not 3 Koas anymore. But at least Edric's there with you guys. You know, standing there and goes, "Ugh, I'm sure I can fit in fine well enough."
I don't know if you know this, but no, you can't be Edric because
It doesn't
Edric's
have
wanted
to
in
be
Hong
this
Kong.
one, and turns into one of the bartenders that joined you at one point in time and came to the cave and says, "I just need a minute."
I don't know. Dressing up as someone from here that might be wanted or in danger puts extra pressure on that person.
For
It would be
1
confusing.
minute. And I can wear a hood.
Okay, we need to make some ground rules. If you're going to be on the team or even junior member or associate, don't pretend to be someone else without us at least knowing. I don't want to not know it's you I'm talking to. If I think I'm talking to Leon or Guinevere or Aldo, I'd rather not wonder who I'm talking to.
Well,
Is that a fair ask?
Unlike Father here, I am not able to look however I want. I can only, and then transforms and becomes Mikhail. Fit in.
But couldn't you have just walked in as Mikhail and I would have thought you were Mikhail?
Yes, but that's my point. I can't be nobody. I have to be somebody. At least that's what I've noticed so far.
But when we first encountered you, you were you?
Transforms back into her gelatinous self. Yes, but this
I
might
understand you can't walk around like this in Hard Gwen. I'm saying, in general, I want to know I'm talking to you. I don't want you to pretend to be Mikhail to get some information out of me, is what I'm saying. I want to trust you. I'm asking for that.
Oh, trust? No problem.
Do I need to roll sense motive on that, which I'm terrible at?
Yeah, go right ahead.
5% chance. Is that worth? Aldo, you're there. You could sense motive too, right?
I definitely could. Sense motive.
You fully
Is this
believe her.
worth a point and a luck to try to sense motive her?
What did she say again?
I could definitely trust her.
Yeah, trust? Oh, of course. Or, oh, definitely, or whatever she said.
Like anybody that says that you automatically don't trust.
I know.
I kind of like, I don't know if you need to. You just gotta go with your gut.
Yeah, but my gut and Koa's gut might be 2 different things.
That's up to you.
Yeah, that's up to you.
You know how much luck we even have?
I actually don't.
One way
I
to
don't
find
think
out.
I don't think
I'm
we've
going to
used
+1 and luck it, and we'll try.
Oh, apparently
Never
not.
mind.
any. Well,
We
now
confirm
we know.
nobody redeemed? Nobody redeemed luck today.
I have a feeling I know why.
Why nobody redeemed?
Yeah.
Why?
Never. You know what? I'm capping. I don't know.
Oh, okay. Thank you, Captain.
Oh, yeah, because our
Yeah,
last session was recorded, so there was no luck redeemed then either.
Nope.
So whenever we finished up luck in the last session, we had none in the pool, and we haven't been playing.
We're an hour and a half in.
And Scott has been as cringy as he could possibly be this entire session so far. So I don't think people have been very inspired.
Wouldn't they want to
Yeah.
give you luck against my cringe?
That is not how that usually works.
Well,
It's
Yeah.
usually we do awesome shit, and they're like, "Yeah, let's help the
Anyway,
party."
I guess
but
I have an
instead, They had to
18.
listen to you.
hold
Yeah.
on. When I'm cringe, you get less luck. I can be more cringe.
I'd rather you didn't. Thank you, Cade.
I'm saying I can.
No.
I could actually try.
So does an 18 get Koa anything?
Unfortunately, no.
Trust is very important. It's why Aldo and Mikhail and I have made it this far. And if we're going to be... I'm sure you know from being around here how bad it is there. And what are your motivations for wanting to get involved in this?
Noble, of course, with the best intentions, she says, looks over at the Koa behind Koa, and looks back and says, and I'm really bored.
There's the honest one. Yeah, that... Okay. Boredom. I don't...
She
need
says
to
she
lecture.
knows a lot about Beltran from watching Went while he sleeps. That's what she claims, anyway.
Can you read the mind of his dreams or something?
Well, no, nothing about dreams. Nothing about dreams. Let's not go that direction, right? I'm not like the princess or anything. And then quickly transforms from Mikhail back into
Koa
Koa.
is just glaring at as she says that.
Yep, which is why she transforms back into Koa and goes, no. But things that are on the top of your mind are more easily seen, and he has very aggressive dreams at night. Very aggressive dreams at night.
If we ask somebody a question and
Yes,
they
it
go to
works that
lie
way.
to us,
Mhm.
you can tell they're lying.
Oh, it's
by what
better
they
than
think?
that. She says, interrupting you. You can ask a question and they can not answer the question. You can ask a question that's entirely unrelated to the thing that you want to know an answer to, and it'll work. It's incredible. For instance, let's say you're walking in and somebody's playing cards, and you can't see the cards that somebody's holding, but you can bring up a conversation or a topic that might hint at what kind of cards that are in their hands. Like maybe I'm talking about a love of mine and how much my heart goes out.
Did you
to
do
them.
that to me?
What?
Have you been reading my thoughts?
It has happened.
Thought I told you to stay out of my head.
It's not always by... Okay, I do choose to do it, but it's like becoming second nature now. It's so...
You remember what's behind that wall, right? I think you were born there. You know, there's a weird slime well in there you can easily be put back into if you continue to read my thoughts.
I will endeavor to do better. I'm sorry. It's just, again, it's like second nature. It's like
Well, get better control over it.
Stop trying to explain or excuse it. Just nod. Shrink back to our normal self. Not looking like Koa.
Right, well, it seems like Koa is at least notified of what you want. Would you run and get Mikhail? And don't let him know you're not Koa. Bring him over here.
Koa looks at you, who still looks like Koa, and like raises an eyebrow. Like he's confused. It's very obvious he's confused. And then I guess Reem would hear him like thinking like, "What is the point of that?" But he won't say anything.
She's not reading your thoughts. I didn't have you make a will save.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. She was too distracted. You attacked her too quickly.
But I figured at this point there's been some conversation, so she was probably settling into his cranium.
But no, she did not do that. She goes, well, Koa, can I ask a small favor?
Sure, why not?
Mikhail's a tad more perceptive than you are.
Are you lacking confidence in your own abilities?
No. It's just Koa wouldn't recognize when he saw himself that the fact that he wasn't holding his own sword was a factor. Mikhail would pick that up.
You want to carry my sword to go fool Mikhail into thinking it's me.
If
I
you
don't
went,
always carry it around in here, though lately I do. But
if you want me to sell it,
I don't have any part in this. I don't know why we're selling it. I don't know why we're fooling Mikhail. I don't understand the game anymore. I thought this was this part of
Well,
the...
she wants to come with us, and she needs to be convincing. So if she can't convince Mikhail that she's Koa, well, she's
Whatever you two have devised, fine. And he'll hand over the sword. When you turn into me, do you... Are you physically me? You turn into Mikhail, can you...
she leans in to you and says, "I haven't looked."
What?
I'll be back, and then walks off.
Aldo leans in and he says, "Yes, she has. I've seen her doing it before."
Are you talking about my penis? I was talking about whether you're as strong as me or as nimble as Aldo, or can you cast spells like Mikhail? Can you do what we do?
Like I said, she was walking off. So unless like you're,
He says that
actively
to her
trying
like as she's
yeah.
walking off.
Yeah,
Like,
yeah, yeah. She says, "Don't worry, I can beat you in an arm wrestling match."
that doesn't answer the question at all. No, you can't.
She's going down the hallway, of course, to go get Mikhail, leaving the two of you.
Boredom is not a good motivation, Aldo.
Sorry, what was that?
Boredom is not a good motivation for this.
No, but she did say to me that if we don't take her, she's probably just going to go herself. So
Why hasn't she left if she's so eager? She's not a prisoner here.
I don't know. I don't know if she's a prisoner here. Kind of.
Clearly,
in a weird
she
way.
could be anyone at any time. So how are they going to keep her here unless they lock her in a cell?
Yeah. I'm surprised she hasn't been locked in a cell already, to be honest. The fact that she can walk around as anyone she wants at any time and it only takes her a minute seems, I mean, I know firsthand how good looking like someone
Is it
else can be.
limited to people? Could she be like a cat?
I don't know. You'd have to ask her that one. But, yeah, she more or less, I don't know if she was trying to seduce me or what. This is a really weird series of events, but she more or less said that she wants to come to Hodgwen and that it was her dream to go to Hodgwen, which is weird in itself.
Seduce you. She called you daddy.
Yeah, she said that a lot.
Because she came out of your back.
I don't know, Koa. That's a good... Maybe you could get into it with her. I don't know. It seems like something I want to stay far away from.
I've got a lot of concerns and questions if we're going to be bringing someone to a hellhole like Hodgwen on...
I'm not suggesting we do bring her, but I'm just putting it to all of us because all of us need to make that decision. I mean, she'd be extremely useful, but at the same time, she could be a massive detriment. Like, I suggested we go, like, kind of screw around with you a little bit. Like, I was going to walk up to you, kind of, like, hit you in the shoulder with my shoulder and be like, "Hey, I'm walking here." But, she just took it to another level and would just clocked you in the side of the head.
I was not expecting 2 hits to the head from me today, especially whenever I was deep in thought, but,
Yeah.
let's see what Mikhail has to say. I don't... A lot just happened, and I'm not sure I've fully processed it.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know what to do with her. I'm going to be honest.
We just don't have any kind of rapport or trust. We've not built any kind of relationship. She was born, we left, I was here, and very occupied. And then today, she was very helpful whenever... She got the vial away whenever it was the queen. She definitely can be useful, but I would just rather her motivations actually be noble than pure boredom. What if her boredom steers her more toward Beltran's direction and she switches teams? We don't know what kind of person we're dealing with.
No, we don't. But the only reason we're having this conversation is because I have the overwhelming feeling that whether we take her or we don't, she'll leave here. So I just think it needs to be discussed. And I'm not for one way or the other.
guess I'll think on it too.
Well, I guess we'll wait for Mikhail to come.
He like tries to not make a big deal of it as he rubs the side of his head again and sits down.
Aldo noticed it. He said, "Did she really get you that good?"
Cheap shot to the side of the head. No. He's lying.
Yeah. Damn. Now I'm sure if you actually hit her back though, it'd be a lot worse than
I thought she was going to cast a spell, so I went to pin her and I was going to cover her mouth. If she was. I thought something different was happening.
Yeah, I got that. Yeah. Like you're a little bit more level-headed, I guess, than people would assume.
However many people are here, Aldo, they were all asleep. I other than Reem, which I didn't know, but I mean,
Isn't that a strange thing in and of itself too? Why wasn't she affected when even Leon or whatever was?
why can she turn into each of us? I mean, I don't know her. Better question for Mikhail or her. I don't understand either.
Yeah.
But I have to be on guard here and ready for anything. Also, didn't
Yeah.
Mikhail go to speak to Guinevere? He's been gone a while.
Oh, he did. He did say that. I mean, everyone's still awake though, so.
Does Koa now
Probably
realize that you've sent Reem looking like Koa to talk to Mikhail coming out?
Reem
of
doesn't
speaking
know
to-
that Koa is.
I'm saying,
I'm
does
just
Koa
telling you.
realize?
Koa is now thinking. Yeah, Koa is now thinking. Shit, is all he says.
What?
Well, lucky for you, my conversation took like 7 minutes.
You don't move around too much. Otherwise, it takes about 4 minutes.
Well, I guess we have different conversations.
Because when you move, I get excited, girl. All right, so you are coming out and just kind of like taking a moment to collect yourself. You already came out and talked to the guard and kind of like yelled at the guard or whatever it is. Then you're like walking away. Not yelled at, but you know what I'm talking about. Just get the damn tea in there. Like roll your eyes, walk away, and kind of like internalizing the situation. When as you're like slightly distracted or whatever, you know, not that you're just kind of like in your own head thinking about the situation. You
Probably
notice,
trying to figure out where she would have left this gift, so I don't have like a room here.
of course,
Just kind of sleep wherever.
you do see Koa like walking towards you, like after Koa and you are walking down the hallway together. A couple of seconds later, you notice like you know see the boots or whatever it is. You just recognize who it is that's walking towards you, and you see Koa there. But before we say anything, can you go ahead and roll me a will save?
Oh, yeah.
Imagine having to roll a
Trash.
will save every time Koa walks in the room.
I mean, most ladies do, if you know what I'm saying.
That's fucking garbage.
No, they choose to fail.
And I can't re-roll it either. Damn it.
Thank
I mean,
you.
a 5 is kind of like a backwards 2.
You know, do you really need them coming on at you more often? All right, you
That relationship status is complicated.
so you know how detect thoughts works.
Mm-hmm.
So round 1 detects the presence of thoughts.
Yep. I got some.
18 seconds later, we'll be able to start picking up like legitimate overall baseline feelings. So things like hunger, frustration, so on and so forth, and actual surface thoughts. You're a DM, you understand it well enough that you can kind of like feed me information once we're 18 seconds or whatever it is into the RP. So as I said, you notice Koa there. You're welcome to interact first or not, and Koa will say something first.
So yeah, he'll look up and go, "Oh, yeah, Koa, I was actually gonna come back to where you were. You get restless?"
Yeah, a little bit. Do you want to talk somewhere specific? He says, kind of like looking back where he came from.
Not really. Just
I just didn't know if it needed to be a little bit more private.
Yeah, it probably would. you know what I went to talk about. I imagine you don't want everyone hearing.
He just says, he just, nods, non-committally nods, and then says, yeah, lead the way.
Where were you headed?
Like you said, I got a little restless. Should we get Aldo too, or?
Yeah, may as well.
All right.
Easier not to have to repeat everything.
Well, keep it light and fill me in as we. Yeah, Aldo's this way. He says, turns and starts walking away.
Did she get the sword?
Yeah, he got the sword.
Okay.
Yeah.
I missed that. All right. Cool. But yeah, we'll start walking back to where we had originally spoken.
Mm-hmm. Well, which was funny enough, the same chamber. Yeah, and I just remember that from last week, or a week and a half ago even. Cool. So so she starts walking with you and allows you to start like filling in at this point any details that you have, and again, feel free to start like feeding any additional information beyond what you're saying out loud. Though I imagine you're mostly sharing your surface thoughts with, maybe if people are present, maybe like one or two extra details kind of bubbling to the surface in your mind, but you're not saying out loud out of respect for Koa and the sensitivity of the situation. That's kind of like what I'm getting from this. But go ahead and take it away, Keegan.
No, yeah, Ring would definitely get that Mikhail thinks quite a bit before he shares. Like there tends to be a pretty, like, especially to someone detecting thoughts, a pretty clear like sorting of like his words and phrasing before he actually says it. And there seems to be very much a focus on trying to make sure that he doesn't upset Koa with what he's saying. And sort of just like this damage control that is happening before he even says like 2 or 3 words. And it kind of fills in all the like little spaces and pauses that Mikhail has in his speech. Probably made way more obvious to her than someone who's just talking to him naturally. I don't know if you wanted to RP through the whole conversation or anything.
You can give it any little bits that you want to, in case like there's a natural spot for her to either A, respond, or B, something to bring up later on.
So yeah, he probably doesn't start really talking until they've gotten like into the hall, like past the room where there's kind of an open area where there's not any immediate people.
Yep. So you're pretty much already almost there. But yep.
Yeah. So she's probably just mostly getting the whole like, okay, how am I going to tell him this? But all right, obviously, Slumbering Queen met with her, wanted to speak with me, but don't start with that. Don't lead with that. What does Koa need to hear? You just kind of hear this kind of thing first. And then finally, he'll open with, that Gwen was doing all right when he came in. And then there is a pretty obvious pause where he's like kind of got so far ahead of himself into the conversation that he forgot to shore up this. Oh, how do I segue from, yeah, she's doing all right. By the way, the Slumbering Queen was also there.
During that moment where you're segueing, even though you're in your own thoughts while you're segueing, is a natural point like that where as you're looking at Koa, because you're trying to like, oh, how do I fix this? How do I damage control this? You like look at Koa to like form the thoughts or whatever it is. Technically speaking, you dropped a fucking bombshell in her brain. And that gives you an opportunity to sense motive against a bluff to whether or not there's a tell on this. Because you dropped a bombshell in her brain. I have a really good bluff, thank God.
Well, I probably ain't beating it with the 3.
Actually, I can't fail.
Yeah.
If I rolled a 1, I
probably
pass.
not beating it with that.
Yeah, because literally when using change shape, I get an additional +4. So if I roll a natural 1, I pass.
Yeah, it's not too surprising.
Yep. Cool.
That was a trash roll. Cool. Damn it.
I won't even roll them. So yeah, you don't you get nothing from her as you look, and then go ahead and give your segue line that you're going to give, but then we can walk into the next room pretty quickly afterwards.
Yeah. So anytime he has that kind of like mental lapse, he usually like will let the pause sit there because he has said something, so it'll seem like he's allowing the other person to respond when he's really like being like, okay, wait, what the fuck do I say here? But when she doesn't, he clearly gets a little bit nervous because she's just kind of kept the pressure on him to say something, advertent or accidental or whatever. But and so he'll kind of stumble into the next line of, look, it did get a little odd. I got tired as I was walking into the room. I thought something might be going on. I'll just tell you. She fell asleep, and I didn't get to talk to Gwen immediately. I talked to the queen.
The overall implication of that, again, she's been understanding enough around the place to get to the basics, but also it's in the service thought to your mind. She fully understands the implication of that. And she stops you, because you're like down the hallway, and says, I'm going to need you to say that again, but in front of Aldo. This is a lot to unpack.
Yeah.
Aldo always has a drink.
I agree.
I could use a drink.
Guess you've earned one.
As she's doing this, Mikhail normally one of the things that you can do when you have detect thoughts is you can read if somebody's seeing the signs that you're giving to them as being off beat from what they would expect. They can use that to course correct their own lies, so on and so forth. But Mikhail is so in his own head about what he just did and what he has to tell his friends that even if he's picking up those signs, they're kind of in the back of his own head right now and not quite bubbling to the surface at the moment, as seen with sense motive. Not quite bubbling to the surface in a way that like will help him to determine, oh, wait a second, that was weird. So she's not even getting the feedback loop of oops, I'm off beat. And so you guys walk the remaining, 70 feet or whatever it is till you come around the corner and you see Koa standing there with Aldo. Koa without a sword, which you probably wouldn't notice immediately, but Koa without a sword. And the Koa next to you is like, God damn it, Reem! How many times?
Aldo is also not Aldo. Aldo is Koa.
Oh shit! You see Koa standing with Koa, and you hear Koa say, "God damn it, Reem! How many times?" Wait, and then like points at the first Koa, then points at the second Koa. Look, wait.
Mikhail steps away from the Koa he's walking next to. What the hell is happening? Aldo, one of these is you, right?
God damn it, Reem! Aldo says. Looking at the other Koa. Looking at the real Koa.
At least you didn't get punched in the head.
What is this?
All right, Mikhail, let's take care of this. And Koa starts to draw his sword and says, why don't you put them to sleep and we can sort this out?
Wait a second, Koa, what the hell?
If it's not Reem,
you know what Aldo can do. One of them can. If that's just Reem and Aldo.
If you go to use my own sword against me, I will tear your head off with my bare hands.
Ignoring what you're saying, almost like a hand swat, like the way it's used head, a hand swat away your words from across the room, not to you, but towards Koa. But says to Mikhail and says, "How do we know this isn't the queen pulling her tricks? Put them to sleep and we can sort this out."
If it's the queen, I can't put her to sleep.
Not the queen herself. How do we know this isn't one of her illusions? Or one of her tricks. I didn't mean to say illusions. I meant to say trick.
Yeah. You don't have to start swinging a sword right away. Right? Clearly something's afoot.
Says, Mikhail, figure this out quick, and starts to do their best Koa angry impression face thing, like going rage. But can't rage. So just like, Right,
why don't you say something that makes sense?
I look better than that when I do that, right?
That sounds kind of like Koa.
Aldo looks at Reem and then looks at you and then looks at Mikhail and goes,
okay. I don't like this game, all right? Listen, I haven't got to tell you what I just went through. Knock it the fuck off.
Yes, I also did not voluntarily go into this game. I just got punched in the head. But apparently it's a part of some practice session for some plan for Hodgwyn.
Reem stands up
I think
and
that
says,
one might be Aldo.
Reem stands up and says, "Hey, I only punched you in the head. He's going to punch you in the heart." And then starts walking over to hand you your sword.
Punch me in the heart. Mikhail, it's me. That's Aldo. This is Reem.
Or, she says, like looking back at you, but again, very effeminate, kind of like, you know, the way she spins, pops the hip to the side, looks over the shoulder, lets the hair fall, Koa's long, beautiful hair fall. Like, very effeminate. Or,
Okay, that's not Koa.
Thank you.
Looking at Aldo, that could be Koa.
Thank you.
No, I told you about they have the plan. I'm Koa.
That seems very Aldo pretending to be Koa.
he is trying really hard, Reem says.
Well, it's just Aldo's really good at it.
No one is better at being me than me.
All right, the getting mad is Koa. The staying calm is more Aldo.
Thank you.
Okay. So Reem, obviously, pointing at the one who did the effeminate thing,
Just transforms into Reem.
Obviously.
points at Koa, clearly hesitates, and Reem can hear, I think that's Aldo. Koa.
She just chuckles
Against
slightly,
my
but
better
doesn't say
judgment.
anything.
And Aldo.
So let's put some stakes on this. You're wrong. 500 push-ups.
What? I didn't want to do any of this. 500
Yes,
push-ups
you
for
think-
who?
You.
I mean, we could all do with some push-ups.
Yes. How about we do that then? Take a look at the other two.
She turns back into Koa and says, "I'm ready."
Well, I already got you.
Well,
All right, then.
Reem
Let's
up.
go.
Koa drops down and starts doing push-ups.
Aldo moves to the side as like we're out of Koa's vision as he's doing push-ups, and Aldo just stands there and starts counting. He's like 1, 2, 3, 4.
She turns into
6.
Mikhail.
8, that's Koa.
As she drops down, she turns into Mikhail and starts doing push-up for push-up with Koa.
Yeah, what do
She
you say?
has
He's
to
like, "That's not
convince
Aldo."
Mikhail it's worth bringing her.
Hmm.
This is a way to convince Mikhail he can sleep in the morning.
He's already paying attention to the fact that he did more than 8 push-ups, which means it's definitely not Aldo. So, all right, Reem, Koa, Aldo, got it.
Genius.
What the
He
fuck?
was right.
Nice to see you again, Reem. Don't you remember what you look like?
She nods, transforms back into her goopy self.
No, I mean, like, you have memories from before all this, right?
She looks a little downtrodden and says, "Yes."
Hmm. Oh, but you have to. There's other steps. This form's fine. He kind of looks at the other
Oh,
two.
that just made me think of something, though. Could you mimic a disguise that I made on me? If I disguise as something, can you mimic that?
She shakes her head and says, "I can mimic people." Are we done doing push-ups?
No.
Just Koa.
Koa as soon as he says no, Koa stops and stands up.
No, she'll stop and stand up too. Like a half beat behind.
Mikhail, you said you had news. A punch in the heart,
Yes.
as Reem put it.
Yeah, I do.
Do you have that bottle? She says, walking towards Aldoa.
Yeah, you need it?
Caldoa. She nods.
Aldo get it out, and Aldo have a drink first. Drink probably like as much as he can in one go, and then just gives her
I'm
the
glad
rest.
the news is so good everyone's drinking before we hear it, though I guess you already know it. He says it, Reem.
Maybe take the bottle with you, Reem.
Yeah, she takes a swig and she'll hand it over to Koa. Wait, I'm not sure if Keegan, I, Scott, don't know if I understood what you were saying.
He's basically telling her to take a walk.
Oh, okay. My apologies. So she takes it. She goes to take a swig as you say that, and kind of like stops, and then she'll take one quick swig, not what she was originally going to do, and then we'll hand it to Koa as she walks by.
Koa, there's lots happened in the last few minutes. He looks at the bottle, takes a big swig, and then hands it to Aldo.
Just so you know, she's. Wait, was Reem? Did Reem leave? Is she leaving?
She's walking out right now, unless you ask her not to.
I just said to Mikhail, you know, she looks like you, right?
I can't stop her. Just walk over to them. Okay. So I did get a chance to visit with Gwen. I was trying to think of a much easier way to go about talking about this whole thing, but
As Reem pointed out, I've already been punched in the head, Mikhail. Just whatever it is, get it out.
she fell asleep. So when I went in, I didn't immediately get to talk to Gwen. Talk to the Queen.
You spoke to her.
Yes. It was brief, but I did.
She's trying to. You worked for her. She's trying to get you to help her again, isn't she?
I think so. I'm not really considering it before you somehow wrap me up in that. But she is trying to convince me. I don't really know what the main push of that is yet. I'm keen to let her try. I mean, I can only gain to learn things. And she's left me some kind of gift. I don't know where.
If she's still strong enough to manifest, Mikhail, that's very dangerous.
I'm aware. But when she finally relinquished control again, when Gwen finally woke back up, she made a really good point. I wanted to tell her about the spell I'm working on and all that, but she's worried whatever we tell her might come up in her dreams, and then the Slumbering Queen will know.
I didn't think of it that directly, but after I was done telling Guinevere we were hoping to break the curses soon, I also thought about the fact that if Guinevere knows, then she might know.
She's resigned herself to it. It's not great, but it is smart, and she knows she can't be let in on all of this.
I told her
I
we were
could
going to
maybe
destroy the ooze. I told Guinevere that, which means the queen knows that.
Well, that may be why she decided she needed to speak with me.
So
Even
what did
still,
she say?
that she manifested to talk to me because I asked why she was here. Told me we didn't need to be enemies, that whole spiel. And I told her she'd have to try to convince me, and she said she was, and that she'd left a gift because all of this is taking too long. Her
How did she get a
people
gift?
are suffering.
What gift?
I don't know.
What
I
is
haven't
the
found
gift?
it yet. I have no idea. I haven't found it yet. I went straight from there to tell a guard that was supposed to get Gwen some tea that, he needed to hurry the hell up. I'm kind of guessing that had something to do with it because he didn't. He remembered it when I told him, but I think he must have delivered it and didn't remember. But I don't know where.
So the queen is still able to manipulate those around her to do her bidding.
When Gwen falls asleep, yeah. It doesn't sound nearly as potent or as direct as it was when you described it. but it's still possible.
Well,
What was the guard doing?
Just talking to someone else. He was supposed to be going to get tea for Gwen, which she did remember asking him for. But I think there was something else to it.
if she can still do these things, then why has she stayed here? Why hasn't she manipulated people into getting her back to Hot Gwen?
I can only think of two logical reasons. She can't. She's not powerful enough or can't sustain herself long enough, or it's more advantageous to stay here for now.
But now she knows there's a timer on her power source.
Yes, and if she didn't need any outside help, then she wouldn't be talking to me. The smartest thing to do in that case would be to make it seem like she's not there. Stay completely hidden, not converse with anyone, make no appearances, and simply pull the strings. The fact that she's reaching out means there is at least some level of desperation.
Well, no, not necessarily, because there's been stuff going on. Leon said he'd tell us if you didn't, Koa, or something. Things have been happening while we've been gone. Know about them?
This is me, Wade, not remembering. Did Guinevere tell me anything that made me think of
She
stuff
didn't.
I would know?
She gave you details, yes, but nothing explicit. She told you that she's drinking tons of tea, she feels bouts of drowsiness, but she didn't explicitly say anything about any like fine details. They were hoping there were more detail in the meta. They knew the truth that you didn't have any fine detail, and you'll probably go back and speak to Leo.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
Guinevere had very little to say to me. She... I don't know how she was whenever... Did you get to speak to Guinevere?
Yeah, I did. It was her saying that she doesn't want to know too much.
Did you tell her the Queen spoke to you first?
I did.
I don't know
Didn't think
anything.
it was...
Whatever Leon
prudent.
thinks I know, Guinevere didn't tell me.
Oh, we need to find that out from Leon then. What's been happening since the first outburst, I guess.
Yep.
We have to tell Leon, too, that she can still manipulate her guards. Which may make things less pleasant for Guinevere, but...
Well, better that than, we leave here and then all of a sudden she does too.
I agree. I will say, Mikhail, you sent Reem away, which I understand, though I imagine she already knows everything you just told us, if you thought it.
Yeah, there's a chance of that.
She wants to go with us. She's bored, and she and Aldo were... I don't know if they have a plan or we're trying out something to confuse Beltran or lure out Beltran and lead him into a trap, but she would have immense use to us in Hot Gwen if we can trust her, but the question is, boredom is not exactly the motivator I'm looking for a part of the team.
Yeah, no, boredom's a pretty terrible reason to do what we're having to do. It doesn't exactly push one to heroics.
Alternatively, only she and Leon managed to resist the Queen's attempt to sleep everyone the first time around. With her gone, that's one less person who can handle things should things go sideways here.
I mean, if she's restless, she might not be here if those things happen anyway.
I don't disagree.
Yeah, look, that's why we we were kind of just screwing around, right? But the reason why I wanted to have this conversation was because she said to me that she wants to go to Hod Gwen and she would like to come with us. And then when I said kind of no, not happening, she more or less just said that she was bored here and that she'll just go herself. What's stopping her?
What stopped her thus far? Why would she wait till we came back at all?
No, maybe she was waiting for us. I don't know.
Yeah,
Still,
maybe
still going out in the world, I guess, on your own is difficult. But I mean, you can always be pushed there.
Okay. Well, I'm not completely opposed to it. It does complicate things. But if we're going to do it, we have to, I guess we have to kind of empower her in a sense. We can't make it seem like we're doing her a favor. I think that's just going to make her seem maybe more rebellious. She already seems different than I remember.
I mean, she could be immensely useful, but it's just I don't know. She doesn't know. She doesn't know what time she's in, let alone the customs, how people act, and everything else.
No. We also need to get her our own identity, I guess.
Yeah.
I guess she could look like someone, and then you could use, more mundane means to make her look a little different than that person.
Yeah.
Could go as one of our siblings or something.
I mean, we're not growing as ourselves either, so it
Yeah.
doesn't really matter. Hmm.
I,
Yeah. Go ahead.
I think she's one of the strongest lines of defenses we could have against the slumbering queen here for Guinevere. I don't think she'll agree to stay and do that because of the boredom aspect. I don't know that I fully trust her to be part of the team, but she did help me when the queen emerged last time I was here. She did wait for us to come back, and she seems eager to prove herself, so there's possibility there, but we need to make sure we can trust her and that she'll stick to a plan and not think because she can be anyone anytime she's the ultimate weapon or something.
That'll be tough. Given her history, she went from being essentially powerless to this. She probably does feel like she can do anything.
And that's dangerous.
Very. This thing has to be directed, but can't. I don't know. I guess we can't coddle her too much, or she'll know.
Before we make any decision about that, though, I guess we're going to need to talk to Leon, though, and figure out what's been going on. Because if she is, a last line of defense, maybe, we could talk to her about staying. But we need to know what's been happening in the meantime.
Yeah, no, you're right. Let's get all the details first. I yeah, let's all go. I just need to figure out where and what the hell this gift is before too much time passes. It's making me nervous.
I mean, do you know where to look?
No, it's part of the problem. I have to look around.
Check your things.
I don't think I've even put my things down. Shit. He'll take off his bag. Like, starts looking through his stuff. I guess I've set it down a few times. Is anything out of place, Scott? Anything new in my belongings?
Nope.
Nope. All here. All stuff I recognize.
I don't like the thought of her being able to arrange giving you a gift.
I don't either, but it's our reality. Just you gotta figure out where the limits are. Have to find the boundaries before you can build a cage.
Do you think if you wrote a letter, anyone that you went to school with or taught you would have any idea as to how to remove this entity from Guinevere? Or do you think they would do something terrible like lock her up or kill her? Experiment on her?
There's people I would trust to try and test ethically and that kind of thing, but it would take a really long time. We know Ashanti's already on the cusp of this.
We don't have a lot of time, so it's a fair point. If she's going to act, she's going to do it before we destroy the ooze.
Yeah. Plus, I'm sure she'd go along with it, but I have my doubts that she'd want to go all the way to Paradel.
I'm curious if anything else can be used to power her when the ooze is gone. Anything the queen might be thinking of as a backup.
Maybe the gift will have a hint of some kind. She did seem convinced that we would speak again after I've seen it. After I've explored whatever this present is.
Be careful talking to her, Mikhail. I didn't give her a chance to speak to me. But she chose you for a reason.
Yeah. Some obvious. But if there is some kind of enchantment or magic woven into her words, luckily, that is my area of expertise. Both defensively and offensively. I'd be the hardest for her to get it to work against. At least that I know of around here.
I've seen how powerful you are putting people to sleep. This entire place was asleep. If she concentrated all of that on one person, or I don't know how it works, but I don't know what else she can do. I didn't let her talk.
Which was the right move.
I'm just saying
But
she
if
might
we-
have more tricks up her sleeve than we know about.
I'll be careful. Koa, trust me. I know I will take risks. I can't promise you I won't, but
You know how disgusting
mean
it
I
is to think
can't
about
think
someone you
through
love being puppeted around by an evil entity that's controlling them and trying to manipulate? Every time you talk to her, it means that she's moving Guinevere around and using Guinevere's body for this.
I have to admit I've tried not to think about it.
Well, it's what's happening. So,
I guess, I mean, to her, it's, I don't know.
Ooh, don't make that argument. To her, it's her own body. What are you
Yeah.
gonna say? Yeah. Don't make that argument. Oh, God,
He did
I
not
heard
say
it.
that.
Yeah, I
He
know.
did not say that.
I saw you thinking that. I was like, oh God, don't do that to Wade. Don't make Koa react to that.
Just,
you
I
know,
don't
it's
know.
bad when the DM's like, wait a minute.
Yeah.
Oh.
It's just a complex topic.
Yeah.
But I'll be careful, as I said.
You know, when she was younger, she was locked up like this. Guarded and experimented on.
Yeah.
This is the worst possible thing for her to be going through. And she has to do it alone because anything we tell her. This is rock bottom for Guinevere. For the second time in her life.
You think she likes dogs?
What?
You think she likes dogs?
Like, guys.
Like as a pet?
I understand what you're saying, but
They act as companions. You know what I mean? If she had a dog or something, that's someone that could be there. She could confide in. You kind of hang out with a little bit, and it can't exactly give her pertinent information. It'd be a hell of a lot better than just occasional chit chat with the guard. And then, other people would probably like there being a dog around.
I mean, I don't disagree with the notion, except for the fact that when the queen is the one in control, does she let Guinevere keep a pet, or does she torture her with it?
I don't know.
Snap its neck and let Guinevere wake up?
You might be doom spiraling a bit here, Koa. I'm not saying we sink into this idea right now. First, we talk to Leon, figure out what all the occurrences are. I mean, keep in mind, no one really got hurt the last time she exerted her power.
Yes, but desperation is setting in and her power source is limited now.
No one got hurt this time either.
Yet. We haven't seen your gift yet.
That's true. It's just something to think about. There could be good that comes of it. Not everything has to be a hailstorm.
I don't know. I'm a bit pessimistic about it all, but call it seeing her in so much pain, miserable, sending me away, and then being punched in the head by myself that put me here.
Yeah, that was a choice. Look, friend, I don't have a lot of words of that are gonna get you around this dark cloud. Just
We have to finish.
keep in mind there's options. Yes, we do, and we can only do that so fast. But keep in mind there are always options.
I'm about to go in there and talk to Leon and tell him that Guinevere can still control her guards. The Slumbering Queen can still control Guinevere's guards.
I'll tell him that. I was the one who saw it.
And if Leon resists and it happens again and the whole place is put to sleep, he has to do whatever it takes to not let her get back to Hot Gwen.
Koa, I get it. Look,
You know what that means, whatever it takes.
yes, I do. Does it? What does it do for you to put this out there? Leon already knows this.
Well, I'm not sure if he knows the guards are still being manipulated.
We can tell him that, but do you have to stick the knife in to yourself? Does it feel better to say it out loud?
No, but it's what has to be done.
It doesn't. We can trust that Leon knows what has to be done has to be done. I feel like you just hurt yourself on purpose for sometimes, like compulsively.
Hurt myself on purpose.
Yes. Like you have to cast your thoughts to the worst possible things so that like you'll be ready for them. I don't know if it's actually
With Reem and Leon here, there was a chance they could do something. With just Leon, I'm not sure. I'm not saying he's not a capable fighter, but I don't know. He even said that he felt a bit drowsy from the outburst. I thought maybe that was the last desperate attempt the Queen had, but clearly she's still there.
Yeah.
So, this isn't me just being down on myself. It's realizing that she now is not only desperate, she knows that we're about to take away her power source, we're removing one of the protections in place to stop her, and she's plotting.
Yes.
And you might be part of her plan, or you might just be a backup plan. So,
you know things she doesn't too, though.
to some extent, but
Gwen stopped me before I could tell her about the spell I'm developing. Shields her mind when she's asleep, which is when the Slumbering Queen takes over. She doesn't know that. And she told me there's a good chance that she has some of these dream catchers in her house. You could finish it, come back here, and the next time she's drifting off, we'll find out if it works.
Aren't those dream catchers something the Slumbering Queen came up with?
They are. And I think their power is waning now that she's gone. But the thing is when I use the spell, it'll be consumed. I won't just be leaving them around. They'll be on my person or they'll be gone. used up as fuel for the spell I'm casting.
Well, what next step now is talk to Leon.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right. Let's figure out what's been going on while we've been gone.
Right.
You guys going to speak with Leon, and as you guys go to his chamber, whatever it is, his office area, you walk in, you realize he's not alone. There's a woman that's sitting there with him. She's a younger woman. Well, nothing.
Oh.
A younger woman in there, maybe early 20s, possibly late teens, but holds herself very well. More than likely early 20s. Looks to be human. She is wearing, protective gear. For like, what is it, like a chain? For I want to say like breastplate, but that's not accurate. So she's wearing a chain. What'd you say? What's the word?
Like a cuirass?
Yeah, thank you. Like a chain cuirass over her body. Though she's more lightly dressed with armors, beyond that, of course, like, whether it be, paddings or leathers or what have you. The colors that she wears are pretty telltale of where it is that she comes from. These are the colors of people of Varen. She's wearing literally her guard uniform, or at least guard armor, not the full uniform, of course, from Varen. It's not like every guard has a uniform. That'd be ridiculous in most places, especially a small town like Varen, but certainly the more official individuals would have something that stands out. And you can see that here. And when I say you, I mean Koa. Koa would be familiar with the colors and the style to whatever degree because of his time, kind of traveling about. So when you come walking in and you see her sitting there with him, he says, "Oh, it's good timing, I guess. Gentlemen, please come in. Allow me to introduce the three of you to Hansa. And she will stand up and kind of take a step forward to address each of you, and then we'll go to shake hands or what have you with each of you individually, and say." Name is Hansa of Varen. It's a pleasure to meet all of you, and thank you for the correspondence and the opportunity to come and help out this cause you have going on here.
Thanks for answering the call.
It's a pleasure to meet you, and sorry the accommodations are probably a step down from being in Varen, but we hope this is temporary.
She says the accommodations are perfectly fine. It's the cause that matters. That's why we're all here, right?
It is.
That it is.
If I may speak out of turn. She asks for permission to speak out of turn.
Yeah, of course. You don't have to do that here.
Well, thank you, but I think it's high time Beltring got what was fucking coming to him.
As do we.
Agreed. Smiles.
Well, there's some details that probably we should get into. I'm sure some of the stuff you'd be interested in hearing. And if you're going to be around for another day or so, the word around the crack here, she says, kind of like playing with the name, the crack, getting familiar with it, saying it as though it's, obviously you guys don't react, so it is the correct terminology. She says there is word around the crack here that Koa has the best horse in miles. So I'd be happy for the opportunity to meet her.
Koa smiles. He just kind of chuckles because he knows. Very astute. I'm assuming you know where Nightstorm is from.
Nance.
Is the best horse.
Goes over and sits down with so the five of you are sitting there. Leon says, "I don't know if I have 5 glasses."
I don't.
I brought my own.
Two very different answers of Koa and Aldo.
He gets up and he'll grab the 4 glasses he has and pour a drink for the 4 of you. And Aldo will just keep swinging his flask or whatever he has, one of his many orifices to drink from. So, yes, orifices. It's made out of a pig's bladder.
Is
Sphincter's
Hansa
orifice,
human? Perrin?
She's human. Right, hold on, wait. Is she human? Hold on. She's actually Hobbin, isn't she?
Protege of Picard. I thought she was Hobbin.
Yeah,
I don't
I
have
think
it
she's
in my notes,
Hobbin.
though.
Almost positive she's Hobbin. Wait, hold on. Hold on. Am I confusing them?
Is this more Hobbin erasure in your own world, Scott?
So no. What happened was yeah, she's human.
But what
the
happened
reason,
was
the reason why
Okay.
I'm confused is because in the original version of the game,
because she used to be a different character.
her name was the same character, but her name
Mhm.
was Hinta.
Mhm.
And the blacksmith, same character, her name was Hansa. I flipped the names explicitly because Hinta magic is what I wanted to go with for
Yeah, you did it for the pun.
Yeah. It's literally just flip the names for that, but kept the characters the same. She is human. I was right the first time. A genius should never second guess.
So whenever it comes to
themselves.
naming systems, you and Koa are of a similar intellect level.
Yes, 100. Actually, Koa probably beats me by a good deal.
Because he met Nightstorm during a storm
Yes,
at night.
at night. Yep.
Okay.
Listen, it's good marketing. Okay. Cool. I almost told a work story, and then I was like, Wade will jump through my screen and murder me. So back to the game.
Oh, it'll be like every other day for the last 6 months.
Hansa, so he pours the glass for each of you, giving an opportunity for Hansa to kind of like start the conversation. Because once there's like a pause there, and clearly somebody's meant to jump in because Leon doesn't immediately take over. She takes the cue and says, "So to start things off on a more more officially, if you wouldn't mind, I come here not just to help serve this cause, to provide whatever guidance I can in the defenses of your stronghold here. I intend to also assist in any amount of training that I can do. But I also did come with whisperings of interest from others inside of Varen for what that you're doing. We didn't speak too loudly, Picard and myself, because we didn't want there to be a chance for word to get back to Beltran for anybody who is more friendly to him and his ilk. Back in Hod Gwen, as you can imagine, money changes hands between the two towns considerably. So for those that I felt trustworthy enough to speak with, there was interest in providing a degree of aid over here. Now, they can't do anything for free. Their stock is worth a considerable amount, but they'd be willing to, for fair price, make available for you some of their non-breeders.
What is a fair price? We have some amount of supplies and coin, but trying to help keep this operation going with nobody able to work outside of these walls has made it a bit daunting.
I can't exactly speak to the exact pricing that they would go with, but you and I both know very well the prices of a fine Adirian steed raised in Varen. I mean, you'd be lucky if you can get one under 30 gold normally, and that's for the lighter stock, right? The heavier stock, you're looking at 60, so on. But this is maybe they could cut a bit deeper for you. Depends on how many you need and what their purposes are for.
Well, this is where I turn to, I guess, all of us. Speaking frankly here, we're thinking that things are going to be moving soon. We need to get Beltran's sword away from him. And if we take his sword and he lives, he's going to pursue. And he's going to come with everything he has. We can try to lead him somewhere. We can try to lead him here. We can... I don't know, to be frank. We have a couple of different options. We can try to lure him out. We have a couple of ideas of how we could single him out, perhaps remove him and his sword. He has a few people close to him, underlings that are in his inner circle. 3 or 4 that we're looking to maybe get rid of before we go after him directly. There's also, it's a ways away, but a bit of a stronghold north of here. One of the dangerous keeps. Well, it might not be as dangerous now. I don't know if it's better fortified or suited for combat than this is, but we could also try to lure him up there. He's familiar with the place because that's where he got the sword.
Leon is going to chime in at this point and say, there are several subjects that were brought up at this point, so let's take these piece by piece. Hinta and I, nope, Hansa, fuck, I was right the first time. Genius ever.
Yep.
So Hansa and I were discussing as you came in, but I didn't have the opportunity to fill her in of all the details you had told me earlier today. That said, knowing that you're going to be stepping up the timeline, though things are going to be happening soon one way or the other, we believe anyways, I don't think it's wise for us to try to procure a good number of horses, no matter how fine their stock, and attempt to train any cavalry, no matter how small that band would be. However, it may be beneficial for us to get our hands on a few of them for those that are directing the troops, perhaps messengers, people that can just make sure that word is spread well and rapidly, or that they are led into battle properly. I have my own steeds, so there's no reason for you to shell out money for me. I've committed everything I have to this cause. He says, I've committed everything I have on my person to this cause. However, a handful of others, it could be helpful for those on the battlefield. Or, truth be told, for you lot. If you have an opportunity to buy these horses at a lighter price. And she looks to him and back to you three and says, oh, of course, having the valiant few riding around on some of Varen's finest.
I love the idea of it. But at the prices I know that they're worth, well, that pretty much depletes us. So that means we'd be going all in for these.
I don't know if it's worth that.
Well, let me be honest, the horses are.
I mean, for our situation, I mean, is it worth having empty coffers just for the horses?
She bites her, like she obviously does not. Her response is a purposeful non-response to what you just said right there.
He obviously like picks up on it and says, I mean, I'm sure they're worth the coin. I just mean in the grand scheme of things. We wouldn't have anything else to fall back on.
She doesn't say anything.
I normally would agree with Hansa that yes, the horses are worth it, but in our current circumstance, with all of the needs we have and not knowing what the fallout of this battle with Beltran might be and what sort of aid may need to be provided to those that survive the conflict, knowing that the hospital in Hot Gwyn isn't what it once was, we might need to be a bit tighter on the purse strings.
She has nothing to add here. This is an internal conversation for you guys. Aldo's just, deep throating his wine skin right now.
How many? I don't know. I'm just trying to think. I mean, it feels like a little foolish to just turn it down completely. Is there a smaller number that doesn't empty our coffers that would still be beneficial in a major way, not just. I mean, obviously, it's great for a few people to have very nice horses, but I guess maybe what I'm saying is I'm not an expert enough in this to weigh the benefit to cost. I think maybe I have to leave this one to you, Koa.
I'll have to think on it, to be honest. It's not a thought I had at the moment. Let us ponder that. But while we think over the horse matter, I think we need to figure out how things are going to go down with Beltran and what our best preparation strategy should be. If we don't take Beltran off the board, but we do get the sword from him, or we provoke him and he comes after us, is this place ready?
It's not today, but that's why I'm here. It will be, and in time. Don't worry too much about that, Koa. We'll take care of that.
Well, the alternative was going up to what we call Wraithblade, which is fortified, has walls, not a 2-entrance cave, but it's...
That's the second subject, Leon says, cutting in. Remind me, because this was last session, did you guys actually bring that up to him last session? I know we took out a map for something last
I don't
session.
remember.
Remember I said he would have busted a map, so on and so forth, and you guys are...
Yeah,
things,
we brought a map out to be... Oh, what the fuck did we
I don't
do?
think it was for Wraithblade, though. I think it was for something more around here.
Yeah. Oh, man, I don't remember what it was for. Yeah, I pointed at a map for something. Man, I don't remember. Was it for... What else would it have been?
It was for Wraithblade and explain how they cut through... Okay, cool. That's what it was, to cut through the forest.
That's
Yep.
right, because we were...
Oh,
Perfect.
because you
Thank
guys
you for
came from
explaining.
a different direction.
But you didn't say that you would be going to Wraithblade with it. So you'd be referencing Wraithblade. And so with this all being said, he goes... Now, when you say Wraithblade Keep, this is the one that we were speaking of earlier. So...
Yes.
I do not know. I wasn't here.
The good news about going to a place like that is that it is in fact a fortress, one that is designed to keep people out. The downside is we would have to transport a considerable amount of our supplies. We're dug in here. We're dug in deep and well. We have our scouts. We have our various posts to keep an eye on where they're coming in, etc., to move everybody there, to retrain all of the marching patterns for our scouts to be there, transport all of our food or goods, to remove ourselves so far from our allies to the west of here. It would be a difficult decision. Now, I'm not saying it's not valuable. If we could get up there without them knowing, if there was a way that we could slip past Beltran's gaze to the north and allow you to start slipping information to him that there is a location that's down here, I could leave behind a small force that could do some hindrance. A defensive position is always the advantageous one, or nearly always the advantageous one. We could lay hindrances. His soldiers could have the morale dropped before finally finding out that they went the wrong direction, have to double back, messages coming our way giving us a warning of what's transpired. But it's a lot of logistics to move all of them. And what if we're caught mid-transit?
I understand, and ultimately you're the one who's dealt with this more than the rest of us. So I defer to you whether it's worth that move or not.
I'd have to contemplate this and speak on it at length with Hansa here. Make sure the right decision was made.
I just had to offer it as a possibility.
This method of transportation that we had discussed beforehand, he says very poignantly, not giving too much detail. There's no such opportunities more locally available.
Sadly,
No.
no.
Nods. Well, one thing that we have on our side is that almost everybody that's with us here are people that are relatively unknown and could blend in well. But it's a lot of supplies. I'll think on it.
Leon, have we spoken about what our plan is now? How we're going to handle this next step with Beltran?
Who are you asking at me, Leon?
I'm asking Leon.
Yeah.
I stepped away, so I don't know if the other two said it or not. But
Well,
Not
they're
quite.
stealing the sword, and that's going to set up the game, is what they said beforehand.
But
Okay.
the way I see it going is, I've done my best to sow dissent in Hodgwen. I don't know how much it's taken effect yet, although it should have. But he has his lieutenants, these people he relies on, and they're affected by the sword, the majority. If we manage to take them out and then take the sword shortly after, I think Beltran is going to, and this is just an assumption, I think that he's going to be almost rabid to get it back. So I don't know if he does set out, especially to to attack us and take us back, and does come here. I don't even know if he'll properly supply before he orders everybody out. Because then I feel like there's a hunger that he needs that back.
The issue is they're always supplied. He's not the one that oversees the day-to-day. They're prepared.
What if we take them?
You mean all of his lieutenants, not the lieutenants that serve Beltran directly, but those that actually oversee the military force. Those are different.
Hmm.
Hansa, can you speak to this, the enlightenment that you brought to me? She nods and says, "From what I understand, all of you are aware of the fact that Beltran outsourced those that were handling the training for his military beforehand. He brought people in that were relatively renowned in Paradel. Some of them passed through Varen, whether they recently got handled a large sack of coin and were looking to purchase a horse, or maybe just spend some time inside of a tavern, whatever the case may be. A lot of the individuals that came in for training stayed behind to continue to lead the military. They are loyal to the coin, not the cause, if that makes sense to you, but they're also not directly his subordinates, lieutenants, as you're calling them. The people overseeing the different squadrons of his force. And Leon says, and his numbers are growing, to be clear.
Still?
They're not as rapidly as one might expect, considering the amount of coin he could potentially have at his disposal, but perhaps he doesn't have the backing of all of Hodgwen to continue pouring financing into this.
He was putting hundreds of gold into potions. We stopped a merchant that was supposed to make a delivery to him in Hot Gwen.
She says, potions? And Leon, kind of ignoring her response, says, that makes sense. Potions would be for him personally. You can imagine he's willing to spend any amount of coin for his own benefit. They could also be gifts for those that are the most loyal to him, but I don't know how generous of an individual he is.
This would have been incredibly generous. It's kind of a wonder we made off with him.
Well, he does have a reputation of making deals with individuals, paying a lesser amount up front, but then never settling the tab.
It's not going to win him much loyalty.
He doesn't need it. His family carries a name. His family name carries weight.
It's putting a lot of stress on that weight.
You've never spent much time dealing with those inside of your Vance, do you? Seems as though his diplomatic education is not too dissimilar of what they teach that way.
I don't mean that he's going to break it himself. I just mean that stress makes things a little bit more inflexible. He kind of looks at Aldo. I'm really thinking we're going to see the results of some of that information that was spread before.
Yeah, you remember the lieutenants we're going after. Is there's one in charge of like the administration and stuff, right? Something like that.
Yeah, yeah. The meek one. Forget their name.
Yeah. I wonder if he is the one with people working under him for logistics.
Any details you can provide for me? He says, like waiting to see if there's any.
Well, what if we manage to take him out and put someone in his place? You know what I mean? Someone that looked like him, sounded like him. Maybe could muddle up those logistics if he does come to attack.
Leon nods and says, "So, she's asked you."
Yeah.
I punched myself in the head.
Hansa looks
Good thing to
concerned
do,
and
Koa?
says, "What'd you say, Aldo?"
It's a weird thing to do.
Koa looks at you. You and Reem looked just like me.
Oh my
was
god,
showing
do I still look like you?
My
Did we come
assumption was
straight
you
here?
changed out of your.
Yeah,
your-
okay.
yeah.
Yeah.
I also assumed you changed.
Good.
She's definitely been auditioning since we got here. I do have a concern with taking her. A couple. One, we've never worked with her, and she's obviously still relatively new to this everything. Leon, Mikhail spoke to the slumbering queen. She manipulated a guard into doing something to provide a gift that we have yet to see. And she was still able to use her power. You and Reem were the only two who didn't go to sleep last time I was here. If we take Reem away, she also knows that we plan to get rid of the ooze. She may be desperate. And she's plotting.
If Gwen falls asleep, she can still manifest.
I've been trying to keep the dangers of Gwen relatively quiet. I'm not keeping people entirely in the dark, but not everybody needs to know everything. If you are to take Reem with you, what I would do is I would suggest that we have only those of parent heritage oversee the area. The conversations after what transpired led me to believe that they are going to be far more likely to resist this kind of power. That and what I've learned in my years in the battlefield.
Whatever precautions you think you need to take. But she cannot be allowed to get back to Hot Gwen and get a hold of any of that.
It's not necessarily just a matter of what precautions I think I need to take. This decision is unfortunately going to be yours, though I can give it advice. If you take Reem, you are considerably reducing our ability, as you said, as you touched on a moment ago, to safeguard against the power that Gwen sometimes possesses. I don't know if it's a wise decision for you to do that. However,
Reem
this
kind of
Belgian-
implied that she was bored and would find a way out no matter what our decision was.
a child acting out of turn. I'm not going to tell you to listen to Reem and how much stomping she's going to do. But what I'm going to say is you have two problems before you. And Reem is uniquely capable of handling in both of these situations. You can have her stay here and oversee the defense against Gwen, or you can have her go with you and help to put an end to Beltran sooner rather than later, alleviating the pain to so many people inside of Hard Gwen.
Well, perhaps we'll propose these things to Reem and allow Reem to decide. She is bored and wants to play hero, then I guess we'll see which hero she'd rather be.
He nods. He says, "What decision you make, I'll of course go along with and plan accordingly." Hansa
I would
and I have
plan
already
for her
started.
not being here either way, just in case.
Hansa and I were working on exactly that already.
So you're settling into the work already, eh, Hansa?
She says, "My apologies for taking as long as it did for me to come and help." And he actually waves aside that concern with like a hand wave and says, "She wouldn't put her bags down before she started asking for orders."
Yeah,
We knew you were a
certainly
good
no
choice.
apologies needed. Yeah.
We knew you were the right choice.
He was like, "There's a third runger." Well, it's like how Tom Brady was like the 17th round pick, you know what I mean? But he ended up being the literal fucking GOAT in all of football history so far, which is only over 100 years. So, but anyways.
Yeah. I don't remember which pick Hansa
Not
actually
really relevant, Berta.
Sorry.
was.
I don't know if you guys are Team 4-star fans, but this definitely feels like the fastest in the
I
universe.
chuckled.
Moving
No,
on.
I got it.
So Tom Brady. BR. You know, just look up number 12. All right.
He was that Buccaneers quarterback who won a Super Bowl a few years ago.
He did win a Super
Yeah,
Bowl.
whoever that is.
He did do that. Oh, it's funny. It's true. That happened. It's like everywhere he goes. All right, back to game. So, he says, "So decisions to be made. Do we stay here and hold a fence, or transport ourselves far to the north through deep enemy lines? Because there is potentially a better location that's there. Do we leave the, for lack of better phrasing, literal magical creature here to defend, or take her on the offense?"
More decisions.
There's other things I could run by you as well if you would like.
Let's stick to the most important, hey?
She looks to Leon, then looks back to you and says, "Perhaps just one topic then."
Whatever you need us to chime in on, since we're here.
The nature of battle is chaotic, dangerous. Lives are at risk. Likely, lives will be lost, and people will be very injured, wounded during it. That said, it's been brought to my attention that the three of you have an approach to things that maybe is a bit different than how you typically approach a battle. It was suggested that our archers, the few that we have with the bows that you've provided at some point in the past, be handed arrows that are blunted for the tips, and perhaps some of our blades dulled, and use other tactics that are meant to be a bit more forgiving.
He kind of looks between her and Leon and says, "Can we afford to do something like that? I mean, if this place is still just on the cusp of being prepared for an attack, I don't know that we have that luxury."
He looks to Aldo and says, "Can we?"
Somebody's trying to kill you. It's a bit hard to tell our own men to only incapacitate them. You know, as that sword is coming for their throat or the arrow for their chest, to turn and say, defend yourself, but don't overdo it. I don't know.
I think even further than that. what of when your comrade falls next to you? What maybe we win the battle, but everyone we've lost, that's going to be in the back of people's heads. What if we hadn't afforded them all this luxury, this mercy? Maybe my friend would still be alive. I don't see it.
I do my best to not take lives when not necessary. I have even tried to. I've acquired a new weapon that I don't use. My sword sometimes. I don't use my sword sometimes whenever I'm trying not to kill someone. But when the numbers are overwhelming or your life is on the line, if your enemy is truly out to kill you, it is hard to give an order to try not to kill back. I think it's noble, but as Aldo and Mikhail have posed, are they talented enough with weapons to be able to hold back with a swing and not put themselves at too much risk? If the numbers are already against us, if Beltran outnumbers us, has better gear than us, better training than us, and all we really have going for us is goodness and position, can we afford to take another disadvantage?
He looks
I
at
mean,
her.
not
and
only that though, right, Leon? Look, if I was somehow conscripted into an army and my leaders, it would seem, didn't care enough about my own safety and that of my enemy, I would do my best to flee. I'm being honest. I don't know what we have made of, like the people are made of here, but myself months ago, that's the choice I would have made. May not be the same now, but
If perhaps
I
the
can't
things were a
speak for
bit,
every man here.
if they were different, if we knew that the people were here fighting against their will, or they were mind controlled or something else, it'd be a bit different. But these, as you've said, they're voluntary or mercenaries, or they're coming here to kill on their own volition, whether it be for coin or valor or whatever their excuse is. I don't know. I would assume, at least.
he looks at her and says, "I think that settles that."
Can I ask who the suggestion came from? Like that makes it seem someone's maybe conflicted.
She gets a little like flush, and you can see she's like getting ready to say something, and he says, "It was just a suggestion that was taken into account, and nothing that we have to pay too much mind on. Perhaps too many words were already spent on it."
I think it's a noble suggestion and a noble thought. But we're already asking so much of the people here.
It is. It's just it's so counter to my own thinking. I'd want to hear maybe more of where it came from. It's not that we can't be convinced, or even that something could come out of it.
Well, I imagine there's other details we need to touch on, he says with his non-segue.
I imagine there are. What were
He's,
they?
you guys can cover some basic military items, but again, as you guys get a little bit too into the weeds, Aldo goes, "Perhaps this is stuff that we don't need to sit in on," and like some 20 minutes or whatever into it, that's kind of agreed upon. But that does come around to the conversation of SQ and Gwen's experience. I don't know if you'd want to have that conversation in front of Hansa, or if you want to have a more private conversation with Leon about that.
I think Leon suggested that we speak to him with, like, even after we've like spoken to Koa, but I took that as like an alone thing.
Yep.
Mm-hmm. Same.
And so when you're like, "Oh, I was hoping to speak on like that matter that we discussed earlier," kind of a thing, he says, "Oh, of course we can do so." And Hansa, actually, if you can go and gives her some orders or whatever it is, and allows her to leave the room to like give you guys just the four of you inside there a bit of privacy.
Well, Leon, you told us to come back after we've spoken to Koa, and Koa is not aware of exactly what transpired. He knows that something has, but you'd fill us in on the gaps.
Hmm? You mean with Gwen, their experiences?
Yes.
Yeah.
She told you nothing, Koa.
He looks like embarrassed, ashamed, and like kind of dead, and just nods.
Um,
Oh, I'm sorry to hear that. Well, then, to place it plainly on the table, she's fighting for control. Actively fighting for control. She's doing everything in her power to sleep as little as possible, which of course is weakening her mind. I don't know what lengths any of you have ever gone to in the past, staying awake extremely long periods of time with as little rest as possible in between. But it will
Yeah.
wreak havoc on your mind, on your body. It will break you down as a person. And that's where she is now. If you spoke to her and she was able to speak cleanly, plainly to you, that means at some point in time in the past, she's collapsed enough to have enough rest to be Gwen speaking to you. And perhaps I'm being a little bit colorful here. But in short, she's not well. And when she
Right.
does collapse into proper sleep, we have visits. Now, if she allowed herself to periodically sleep on a more well looked after, defined regiment, I'm not saying that this definitively would work, but if she allowed herself more sleep, allowed her mind and body more strength, perhaps she'd be better able to resist, even if it's a more work along the way. But with what she's doing now, she is absolutely slipping and losing control. We've had visits, all non-violent. They've just been noticed.
As I said, the Queen made herself available to Mikhail and apparently had some influence on a guard or put a guard to sleep or something. She can still do at least some things. Guinevere asked not to see me until all of this is done. So, I agree with you, but I'm not sure who can tell her this.
Um,
And
Look,
anything you tell Guinevere, you tell the Queen.
Oh, I'm aware. Not wholly, but I suspected. As two entities sharing one body? Strange. But when you've seen as much war as I have, you've seen other people whose minds have been broken.
Koa looks more and more distraught as he's like saying these things. Yes. So, if you think she needs more sleep and you're prepared to help watch over, have others watch over her, then I agree with you. But, I'm no longer in the camp of telling Guinevere what to do. And she's asked not to see me, and I intend to honor that.
she asked not to see any of us.
Good. That's Guinevere. She's very mindful.
The Queen, on the other hand, as I said, is plotting and wants Mikhail to help her.
I don't know how. Supposedly there's been some gift left for me. I don't know where it is or what it is. But she anticipates there'll be another visit once I've had a chance to discover it.
Which likely means that she's manipulated somebody or a group of people into procuring said gifts, since she herself is confined. Which means her influence is still strong enough to do such, which is my concern in removing Reem.
Hmm. I'm gonna introduce an element of chaos here.
It's unlike you.
Yes. But I don't know if it's unlike this queen. Is it possible, from what you know of her, that she would tell you she's trying to help you, knowing that you would have such a severe recoil, and just the thought that she's trying to help you would impact you in such a way that would benefit her? The actions you've taken afterwards, the way you behave, you get the general idea. Is it possible that's what she would do? Is she that level of conniving and manipulative? Or do you think she actually is trying to help you? She is friendly enough with you in past experiences to reach out.
She is a very cerebral individual.
And
It's
what way
hard
would
to
it be
say.
if we remove non-parent guards and put parent guards in place? And potentially even Reem herself, if she doesn't assume that Reem's coming with us and that Reem's in fact staying. What benefit would that do her? That's the only changes I can think of that we would make.
To answer your question, I would say yes, it's possible. But to Koa's point, I'm not sure what benefit it would be. The only things I can think of strategically is if you're in a position, whether it be in armed combat or in a board game, where you can't win, the best thing to do, at least in my opinion, is to introduce an element of chaos. Shake things up, make certain that there will be a change, and make it harder for your opponent to predict so that you force a move, meaning the situation is different, and then you may find an opening that you couldn't find before. If she's in a position right now, she doesn't believe that she can win, maybe the best thing she can think to do is to try to provoke an extreme reaction from me or from someone I'm close to.
Hmm.
Do you think she thought that you would tell us, that you met with her, or do you think she thought you'd keep it a secret?
I doubt she thinks I kept that a secret.
That's my point. Was that message for you? Is she actually trying to work with you? Or is she having you seed thoughts to others? Did you play into her hand already? It's rare that somebody's that many steps ahead. It's a gamble on a gamble on a gamble, right? But
Yes.
like I said, it's
Yeah,
elements of chaos. I instinctively don't think that this would be the case. The only reason why I would even suggest such a thing is because we're not dealing with a person. We're dealing with, well, same as Reem, a magical creature.
And she does have quite a bit of information on each of us from having seen our dreams. Well, except Aldo.
Yeah, I don't even think I've spoke with her before.
She knows of you through us and through talking to you and through Guinevere's knowledge of you.
Yeah, of course she probably knows of me. She doesn't know me herself. Anyway. So apart from the gift and everything else, though, where are we landing on Reem?
We talked to
We
Reem
don't
and
know.
proposed the pros and cons and see her opinion on it, I guess. If we're going to build trust, we're going to have to give her a little bit first. So we tell
That's
her
fair.
how important it is for her to be here for Gwen, and we tell her how important it would be for her to be in Hot Gwen to help us with some of that stuff. and that we have to decide.
I strongly agree.
Okay.
I
All
think.
right. Well,
Go ahead, Aldo.
no, I was going to say, well, that seems like the suggested course. We'll talk to her about that. But what about the other thing? There's two things, right? Moving, I guess.
I think Leon wanted time to think on that.
Yeah.
You want me to speak for you,
So,
Leon?
if it does seem like that's a huge advantage, then it may be worth investing in all those horses. Maybe.
It's, I didn't make myself known before, but that's a very it's a long way.
Yeah.
I don't disagree, and I think that this place is reasonably well fortified, but it's not a fortification structure like Wraithblade is.
True.
And it's awfully close to Hotwood.
Also surrounded by the forest too. And for those that aren't familiar with the area, I'm sure Leon's already thought of all these things, but if we had somebody roving in the forest, picking off people here and there, disappearing.
Some of the pros for me on Wraithblade. If we manage to move everyone here to Wraithblade and get set up and fortified there, we get the sword, we get it to Wraithblade, and one, the sword's already where it needs to be, which is good. Two, if everyone's already fortified, rested, supplied, and Beltran has to march all the way up there with that many people, they're already going to be at a bit of a disadvantage whenever the assault starts. It's a better fortification.
They could easily just set up there, Koa.
Well, they could, but do you think Beltran has that kind of patience?
You
said yourself,
like I said
he's going
earlier,
to want the
I
sword.
don't. Yeah.
So he's going to march them up there, and whether they're tired or not, he's going to send them in. So, in my opinion, they would be tired from marching that far and forced to go into combat right away. We'd be in a better fortified structure, and if things even do go sideways, we know that things go sideways here. There's two entrances. If Beltran wins, no one gets out. Perhaps things.
It's true. We're kind of betting everything we have. The only thing that I can counter you with is time. The Wraithblade plan requires time, and I don't know if it's time we have.
And the risk of moving everyone here not being figured out by Beltran and taken halfway, or not having any other complications. There's a lot of things
Leon
that go
said, though, with more time, like Beltran is still gathering people to him.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? And giving time for us to get out. Like, we wouldn't be able to act until they were already set up and prepared.
Well, we would and we wouldn't. We couldn't go after Beltran directly yet, but our plan was already to go after his lieutenants. That's not going to be. We're not going to get all three of them in a day, are we?
Maybe not a single day. Nope.
And Leon, theoretically, how long would it take to move everyone up to Wraithblade from here? It takes us.
That's difficult to say. We couldn't do it in one go. It's too many people too quickly. We have to move slowly. We'd have wagons of materials, food, armor, weapons. We couldn't just march in our equipment. It'd be too obvious. Couple weeks. And we wouldn't want to just move them either. We'd have to send a small group up first to start clearing out and setting up best way possible. I mean, in the long term, if this is going to be a long-term thing, I would want to go up there. Absolutely. It's a great location from your description. I haven't seen it myself, but from your description. Wish I had this information sooner.
Once everyone is in place, how long would it take to settle down and be ready?
For all of her flaws, Hansa, I think, could get that done pretty quick.
And it takes Let's assume Beltran marches directly up from Hot Gwen, and he probably pushes people harder than he should. You think they could get through the trip in 5 or 6 days? A week?
You mean from Hodgwen through
Hodgwen
till
straight there.
the keep? Oh,
Yes.
it's a straight shot. I imagine they can get there fairly quickly. Maybe 3 days. But the thing is, they're not in Hodgwen now, are they? They've been out in the fields north of Hodgwen for some time. With the fights
That's
they've
news
gone
to us,
into,
isn't
and the sicknesses that they fought against, and so on.
I thought they were
Still-
east of
Right.
Hot Gwen for that. I thought they were between Hot Gwen and Ostrach. for that.
Northeast, but yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Hmm.
3 or 4 weeks is a long time to delay. And it means less time training and more time just moving.
What I could do, Koa, I know you have this idea in your mind, and either...
Oh, no. Don't misunderstand me, Leon. My idea is simply which is the better option, and can we make the better option work?
I understand. You're not a child with a thought that you don't want to let go. All right, so I could send scouts up that way, look into the situation. If it seems viable enough, I could send a few to adequately supply the place as a fallback. Because if the battles are taking place north of here, outside of Hod Gwen, well, having a fallback wouldn't necessarily be a bad thing. I understand that fallback is further than the ruins, but if our route is cut off,
If you do go up there, just know there were goblins in the keep. We scared them all out. Hopefully they haven't returned. And in the middle, there's a building with a really nice forge, but underneath, well, we didn't clear out all the spider webs from the giant spider that we killed.
you guys already told them the story last session.
Yeah. He's just telling that
Yeah.
that's still there.
Yeah. He goes, I recall our conversation from earlier today.
I wasn't there for that.
Yeah, we told him that part, but it's still good to know.
Leon, from all I know about you, you're quite a decisive person. You do put a thought into things, but if you're on campaign right now in Paradel and over in, where is it, Yovance or whatever, and this exact situation was happening now, you had a location where you'd been, you've fortified it, you've done the best that you can, but you thought there might be another one. You make that decision, and you're the most qualified here to do it. So, without ands, ifs, and buts, what are your base thoughts?
If I had to make a decision right here, right now, I wouldn't go. If I had to make a more firm decision, I wouldn't waste the resources sending them out there to scout that out. The benefit of sending them to scout would be training scouting in and of itself. That is a form of training. But you're risking sending people how far away for how long when they're more valuable closer by. Westwood is right there. Harrod is right there. Hod Gwen is not far off if we need to move quickly. I would not go if I had to make a decision now.
Right, well,
The reason why I'm entertaining this, Aldo, because obviously you're questioning why I'm entertaining it, it's twofold. One, your voice carries weight. And I don't just make decisions independently unless you're not here or I'm directed to do exactly that. And two, you are telling me that there is an ancient being of extreme power that lives inside of that keep and has your purposes and goals in alignment with its own. While I don't like chaos, we're already dealing with entities of magic. Gwen and her state. Maybe this creature could assist with that if she were transported up there. Reem and whatever it is that she is. Right? Beltran's sword. Maybe this entity can give us assistance. Some inkling in my back of my mind that I've been chewing on since you've told me about this being and what you experienced earlier today, is this a blessing from the gods? Is the martyr trying to give us some peace? Or is Lady Aravel giving us an opportunity to more strategically fight this battle? Or make a decision right now, Aldo. Your instincts in calling me out are correct. But that's why I'm thinking about it.
Okay.
What would you say would
Understand.
be the effect on morale? Everyone's been here for so long in this cave. Having to march all the way up there, but also having fortified walls and a new place to move around. Do you think it would be beneficial for the people?
Morale-wise, absolutely. If we had time to transport everybody up there and have them there, morale would be wonderful. Wonderful for several reasons. It's a new location. It's open skies. It's over by a river where they can bathe more easily and they can have more fresh drinking water. If this actually extended much further than we're anticipating and into the winter, you mentioned that there's a fire there that doesn't burn out. That allows people to gather and be warm without having to chop trees and collect resources to do so. Cook food without having to maintain a fire. There's many things at that location that we can use beneficial to us. In the name of the gods, Koa, there's a literal forge there. We don't have to be so concerned about how we're handling our equipment for training. We can maintain it well. We can do repairs. Yeah, there's a benefit for going up there. But
Koa looks at you two. Inta as well. You're muted, Keegan. You're muted if you were talking to us.
I was talking to my dog.
oh,
Oh. I was like, he's really getting into the RP, I can tell. Meanwhile,
he
he's like,
was
don't poop on the floor.
he was over there like sleep snoring and growling. Do I have anything to say? It would offer Hinta more protection where she's going. I think that's what we were talking about.
All right, realistically, how much time from today would you need to make the move, Leon? Hi, Jake.
Oh no.
Jake died. Cool, that gives me a moment. Apparently I owed Joey points. I forgot that I have to manually put them in there. It's been so long since I had to do that. I gotta get Joey's, and while we're here, I'll have to give some others out as well. Were you speaking to Jake specifically?
No, speaking to Leon.
Oh, okay. What was your question to Leon again?
If all signs point to it being a better place to go to Wraithblade, how much time from today would he realistically need to make the move? How much time would we need to buy in Hot Gwyn? And then I have a follow-up,
Yeah.
but I guess...
He thinks for a moment and he says, "You're asking for a detailed answer when I've not even had an opportunity to read the question."
Yep.
Let me counter your question with a different one, Koa. Are you saying you want to, if the decision is made right now, for simplicity, to go, are we going as though the fires of Kraleen are chasing our backs? Or are we planning and moving with a strategy?
We've not been to Hot Gwyn yet, so we'll try to buy as much time as we can, but things may move relatively quickly because we are going to have to start doing some things. Did they tell you that we plan on breaking the curses as soon as this is done?
Not that level of
No.
detail. I know you had plans in place. You're looking to do that now. All of them. He doesn't know the nuance between 7 and 3 and all that.
Koa then looks to the other two because he already knows he said one more. Well, he knows everything, but like he already knows he still said more than they were willing to say earlier. So then he holds off and lets, I guess, Mikhail take the lead.
It was it was under heavy consideration. We've been planning for it. Unless something stops us, we were hoping to push forward.
I don't know how that impacts our plan, because I don't know what these curses are going to do to everything around. I hate to say it, but you're adding more elements of chaos. Hopefully for the better. But I don't know, because I don't know these things well enough to give an opinion on the matter. This, unfortunately, is more your expertise, Mikhail. Correct me if I'm wrong, but the very reason why you're here in Adir is for the study of and now the ending of these curses. You'll have to let me know how this will play out.
That's correct. I'm afraid I don't have all the details there either. All goes well. Ending the curses will free many people of this, how do you even put it, this twisted ambition that seems to rule them. Maybe Beltran is affected himself, maybe many others, but those in leadership, especially central to Adir, will be changed. And if not, at the very least, this curse won't be propping them up.
It can create vacuums, though. It can move pieces on the board. It can change many details. Potentially in our favor, but things that I won't be able to correctly prepare for. When do you intend to break these curses? Oh, no, wait. It's going to be after you take the sword from Beltran. That
Yes.
question doesn't matter.
It has to be.
It has to be. We have to be able to respond to whatever his reaction is.
I'm making a decision now, then. We're not going anywhere. One of the epicenters of these curses is the place where the sword was made. You said that yourself. You're now taking all these people that you're relying to put down their lives on. You need them to be healthy and fit, and putting them into a place where you don't know what the recoil of breaking the curse of that place will be. I don't think that's wise. Also, you're just adding too many elements of chaos. Moving up there, settling in, crossing enemy lines, a powerful entity, breaking of curses. Too many things are moving.
Leon, we know the effects of some of the specific ones, but once all three of them are broken is when it gets a little unpredictable.
And that's what we can't take the chances on. Let's
No,
All right,
let's
sounds like we
control
have a
what we
decision
can
there.
control. Yep. He
Right.
agrees. Yep. We control what we can control.
In that case, our plan is to go to Hot Gwyn, remove these lieutenants, get the sword from Beltran, and then, depending on how that sword removal goes, either he will be dealt with or Hell will be following us here, Hightail.
That's the next decision. Are you bringing Reem?
We have
Or
to
you-
consult with her. We're going to let her decide and help us decide.
I feel like I already know the answer that she's going to give you.
I feel regardless of her answer, it's important that she chooses it, whether it be to stay or to go.
So then I'll speak with Hansa and start fully preparing for her departure. But surprise me if things go another way.
We'll hopefully let you know shortly.
Anything else?
Are you Leon? You're not Reem? You've been a little indecisive. That's not like you, Leon. He says he kind of punches him in the arm a little bit.
You punch Leon in the arm?
But yeah, like
With his
not
eight
like
strength,
like
yes.
punches him, but he's like,
Yeah. When you do that, he literally looks down at his arm, then looks back at you, and he says, "You're introducing many elements. I need to think through. I can't give snapshot decisions without having time to think them through, without having time to play it out."
Exactly what Reem would say.
Then I give her far too little credit. On to another
Although he
important...
kind of laughs.
onto another important matter. Hansa. A report, since it's important that you know who it is that you've welcomed into your mists. She's... Apologize for the indelicacy here. A bit of a sycophant. She very rapidly will take any orders and will follow them through wholly and completely. There is purpose for this. Somebody who follows orders wholly and completely. However, it does leave little room for creativity, for learning to make your own decisions. It makes for bad leaders. So that makes me a little concerned, and it's something I'll work on with her. Not the first person I've encountered this way, but it is something that's difficult to overcome, and most people never can.
You don't think it's just her being trying to settle in and fit in? You think she's actually just a follower, so to speak?
Unfortunately, I think it is more to the latter. However, there's another element at play here that once I work through, I'll have a better understanding, and I'll follow up with the three of you afterwards. She's not just a sycophant in the way of wanting to do well as a soldier. She's heard the stories of the valiant few. They've filtered their way. We're talking the saving children from the fires of Hardgwed, the hoisting walls that have collapsed on individuals in Leshev, the single-handedly battling back the Knolls and Orsugo. There's some pretty incredible stories that have traveled to Varen. Some fairly remarkable stories. I know the three of you well enough to know that this is some heavy-handed embellishments of your accomplishments. I don't need to take away your
those
credit.
sounded pretty straightforward, actually.
So,
But point taken.
when she came and had heard the stories of how you don't kill people, that everybody that you face, either you or capture or are able to somehow detain or overpower with ferocity of your combat or conversation. And the only ones that die do so by your lesser friends that are just looking up to assist you, or guilt leading them to taking their own lives. I tried to have her rectify that story with the man who was found with no head on his shoulders.
Yes.
But that's
goggles.
neither here nor there. She suggested that the soldiers try to follow in your footsteps.
As I said,
Yeah.
noble, but a bit.
Naive.
Yes.
I noticed the look on her face. I was really hoping she'd challenge us on that, but I think I see your point now.
I'm hoping that growing up in a relatively small town like Varen and hearing these very remarkable stories, generally speaking, somebody would be able to tell facts from fiction, but with creatures like Orsugo and these gnolls with fires burning from their hands, the existence of people like Guinevere, there's so many fantastic things happening. I think she just kind of thought, if the world is filled with such powerful evils, maybe the gods have blessed us with such powerful good.
Well, now she knows we're just people.
Yeah, I guess it's true. Never meet your heroes.
I don't think she knows yet. But believe you me, I'll correct your reputation.
We
Thanks.
need to work on our own reputation in a bit.
You don't have to
ourselves.
correct it
Live up
too
to
much,
it.
Leon. I mean, we can. It's okay to leave some mystique about a story.
It's also
And it can
okay
be
to
inspiring.
work harder to try to live up to the reputation.
Yeah, sure, of course, but we're never going to live up to what people dream up. It's
Well-
just we got to do enough that they can dream.
Not with that attitude, we could. Enough effort.
Of course we can, Koa. What I'm saying is, Leon, don't work too hard at correcting it. Like, she'll figure it out.
See the error of my ways. I should have had her here for this criticism. Listening to your bickering amongst one another likely would have done the job for me.
Yes.
Yeah, it's just the part you usually don't let people see.
Yes, we bicker amongst each other a lot. All of us.
They bicker until they see the right way. Right?
All right.
Yeah, good conversation. I think that's about everything we need to cover.
If you want to make this any easier, you can go ahead and let her see your flaws. But let's not go shattering that glass too hard.
If you two need to do that, I can meet with Reem.
I definitely don't need to do that.
Yeah. Besides, Koa wears his heart on his sleeve, flaws and all. So I'm sure she figured him out.
Yes.
You always leave me the easiest tasks. Gentlemen, I have many things to take care of. Thank you for removing a decision from my plate. But you've put more, you've left others on. Good
Always
evening.
a pleasure, Leon.
Always a pleasure. Damn it. God damn it.
I said good day, sir.
All right, we leave.
Cool. You guys go.
As we walk out, we don't really bicker that much, do we?
I don't think so.
Not really.
Mostly just in front of him.
And even then, that was just you two.
What? I didn't bicker at all.
That was just you, Mikhail.
I bickered with myself. Oh,
Apparently so.
I definitely do that. I don't think I do that out loud.
Maybe I'm Reem.
All right. Let's go find her.
Two things. One, I know couples that are like that bicker more than everybody else I know combined, and they don't think that they bicker, and you're just kind of like, and then it's frustrating. And then second of all, this session I think is the first time it started happening, or at least I noticed it this session. I don't think he did it consistently beforehand, but every time Wade role-playing Koa says that what, he says the what with like the 4 or 5 H's after the WHA. It's like WHAT, HHHHH, which just makes me laugh because the other person I know that says it exactly like that is Anno. When I played D&D with Anno before, and Anno was the former patron that created the free folk. So it's just funny Wade's playing a free folk saying what in the same way that Anno says it. It just
How do I
made me
say
chuckle.
what?
You,
What?
as Koa,
What?
you're saying like
What?
what? Like with this
Yeah.
breathy like what?
What? I see.
Like this H is dragging afterwards. It's just funny. Either way, just made me chuckle this session. You go find Reem.
Who does she look like?
I'm trying to remember where you sent her. You just sent her off, right?
You told her to take the drink and take a walk or whatever.
Oh,
then
that's
we
right.
Then we didn't see her afterwards, so
That's right.
she's just wherever she is.
She's literally sitting there, and she's sitting with what's his name?
Edric?
Edric. She's sitting with Edric and drinking, but she's as her own form, which is unusual because like you've only ever seen her in her own form when like Aldo yelled at her, or if it was like proof of point to you guys. Have you just like come around the corner and she's just sitting there with Edric in her form, just drinking? That's weird from what you've seen today. But continue.
What time of day is it now? Is it late in the evening?
Yeah, it's much later.
Good evening,
I thought
Edric.
you said Edric didn't took all the drinks for himself.
You said that to her as you walk in.
Yeah.
So you say good evening, Edric. He gives you like a cheerful head nod, and you say that, and she goes, well, and he's like, you said what? And she goes, well, no, it's just, he goes, oh, I've been letting it slip. And she goes, no, you caught me good. I know who you've been hiding as. She's like, you couldn't possibly know. And then like, Kiken, roll me a sense motive check. But she says, you couldn't possibly know. Besides, and she looks to the group of you and let me know if you want to modify that. She's what?
I'm going to use one of the hype train plus ones.
Cool, thank you. I'll get you something in a second. She turns back to you guys and says, besides, I lost a bet. And so he's making me sit like this. You realize when she said that to him, no. She focused on him with a bit more focus than was necessary, like conversationally normally. You're pretty sure you just saw her focusing her inner attention on him. You think you just saw that happen.
Okay. But he kind of narrows his eyes for a second and goes, Don't do that. Don't do that to Edric.
She says, I lost the bet.
You keep your brain to yourself, leave everybody else's to them.
She narrows her eyes at you, which focuses on you, but she narrows her eyes at you. And she's like, I don't know what you're talking about. And he's like, what are you talking about? And this is where like her eyes are like, and I think you guys realize, for all any of you that's paying attention, he doesn't know.
Just, if you don't know what I'm talking about, Reem, maybe I should explain it. Or would you like to concede?
He goes, hey, wait a second. I don't like being left in the dark unless she ain't that good looking. And she just kind of like, she like goes to like retort to you, then like looks at him like, what the fuck kind of line was that? And then she just goes, fine.
Besides, you shouldn't get uncomfortable being in your own skin. Why does it take a lost bet to be yourself?
She doesn't like that question, but doesn't answer and just kind of like gets a little uncomfortable and sits down and like a moment later says, I just lost the bet. That's all. It's not the only reason. You've seen it many times.
Yes.
Well, anyway, we were considering what we were talking about earlier about when we head out to Hod Gwen. It's not a simple ask.
We do need your help, Reem. But well, whenever you're done with your bet, if you have a few moments, we'll discuss.
She says, I'm ready now. Edric's like, you need me to leave?
Aldo shakes his head.
Kind of shrugged.
Good.
I don't know if you'll be interested, but you can hang out.
Well, as soon as Aldo shakes his head, he says, good. And you guys are all chiming in and, affirming it as well. He says, good. But his good wasn't at all of you. It was at Aldo, as he immediately grabs like another mug nearby and turns the tap to start pouring. And he has that excited, like boyish look on his face, like, the boys are back. Let's do this. Excited for just an evening of tomfoolery.
Looking to you two to like stop him if he says too much. Is the decision. We need your help in 2 different places, and you can only be in one. You remember whenever I was here by myself, and Guinevere had the whole place asleep. You were one of the only ones who were able to resist, and you came in and you helped me get that vial, and you got away with it. We have reason to think that there's going to be more attempts by whatever that other entity is. And you may be one of the only people who can stop her from succeeding. In Hod Gwen, we don't know exactly what we're doing yet, but there are a few potential things we could do there that would greatly benefit from your service as well. There are other ways of succeeding there, but they may be more difficult without you.
Edric is starting up a conversation with Aldo off to the side, and totally they're not listening to what you're saying as they're just starting to bullshit.
Aldo is listening, thank you.
Oh, okay,
He's
well,
bullshitting, but he is listening.
Edric is not in leading Aldo down that path. Aldo, of course, listening. Edric is pulling out dice cards, whatever it is, to start like having fun. Continue, Koa.
Now, I know you want to get out of here, and you're bored, and I understand that. And there is potentially more excitement, I suppose, in Hardgwen, depending on how things go. But you are, for whatever reason, seemingly able to resist a power not many else can that the Queen has. So, if you want to be part of the team here, so to speak, we thought it was best to leave the decision up to you. You can come with us to Hardgwen and help us there. That does leave a potential security risk here with Guinevere and a queen who's desperate to get out. But, as I said, we know what you're capable of, and we could certainly find ways to utilize your skill set. If you're willing to work with us as a team and follow our lead and not take unnecessary risks or get too cocky or think you know better. We've been crafting a plan for the better part of a year now. And if you truly believe you're ready to be a part of that effort, we'd love to have you. However, whichever decision you make, we're slightly weaker on the other front.
Before I respond, can you roll me a will save?
Me?
Si, señorita. That's a 10.
Yeah.
Happy with a 10?
Yeah, I don't care if she reads my mind. Koa's being genuine.
Yeah, cool. She's actually learned something about Koa that she didn't know before. Koa, when we roleplays him, generally speaks slowly, but she always just kind of assumes, like most other people, it's because Koa is an idiot. Because Koa comes off as an idiot to people that don't actually truly know him. But she's able to kind of put together that Koa is just deliberate when he's being, he's focused and he's deliberate. He takes a moment to choose his words. Not like Kiken, who is plotting paths and, conversation trees with his words. Right?
Mm-hmm. Mikhail, but yeah.
Sorry, I was going to say Mikhail. But with Koa, chooses his words deliberately. And so she realizes something about Koa that she didn't know before because she's never read him while he was being deliberate around her before. Anyways, and that impacts her, what she says. So matching cadence, if you will, taking it serious, not being goofy, nothing like that whatsoever. She, listens to Koa actually intently as he's saying this, more so as it
There
goes.
is a conflict in Koa where he clearly is very worried for Guinevere should she choose to go to Hardgwen. But there's also the thought of, I truly want Reem to know she can trust us, trust that we can be part of the team, and if she thinks she can be better elsewhere, I'm going to live with that decision. He has that conflict, and she can tell that there's the fear for his fiance, but he is being genuine and letting her choose.
Thank you. So she says, hold on. I have my response. Give me a second. It's not just about seeing the world. It's not just about entertainment. It's a big factor. I'm not going to say it's not. But let's weigh these two sides out just for a moment. On one hand, there is the entertainment, the excitement, seeing more, doing more. I'm going to be honest, going home for the first time in a millennia? And on the other hand, she says, you go for the first time in a millennia, and there I can be helpful. At the very least, I can help gather information that you need, if not directly impact what it is that you're working on. I can help lure, guide, fight Koa. I'm stronger than you. And here I can sit and wait. And if something goes awry, then yeah, I get it. I was a big factor of how things ended last time. If something goes awry, I can be helpful. So it's either definitively be helpful and have some excitement and see my home, or stay in a hole bored and hope that maybe I can be, oh, I can't hope for that because that's hoping for bad stuff. And even if I did leave, let's assume the worst happens. I left and Gwen goes all and makes everybody sleep and escapes, gets out of here. Well, I mean, how bad is that really? From everything that I've gleaned, she's going to go back to Hard Gwen anyways, right? Like, you already know exactly where it is that she's going.
Well, we assume.
No, it's no assume. She wants the goo.
If the goo's destroyed before she escapes, or if... I don't know if she has a contingency plan. Maybe she's thought of something else, I don't know. We also think that if you were to stay here, it would only be for, a few more weeks before hopefully this is over with and you could go to Hotquit anyway. If I'm being honest, our timeline is, we're coming toward the end.
So
you wouldn't have to wait too much longer anyway. Well, all cards on the tables. We're going to start trying to get some pieces off the board that are close to Beltran and then get the sword from Beltran.
But that's where you need me.
We could certainly utilize you. You're not wrong. But you are more confident in your abilities than I think you should be, having not fully tested them in a zone where people have capabilities you haven't encountered that we don't even know of yet.
I couldn't have said it better myself.
Listen, Aldo says from while he's playing cards with Edric.
He's like, yeah?
No, not you, Edric. That'll be another 3 copy only for that hand, by the way.
Oh, fuck off! The slivers, was it? No, shit. He throws 2 copper on the table.
Yeah. He says, you'd be a big help, but you're not the only one that can do what you do. I can do it to a different extent, right? So, there is that. If the slumbering queen manages to escape here, it drastically changes what we do. She's going to be gunning for something that, is step 2 in our problem, which will then have to be a step 1. Which could set everything back. I need you, Reem, to really think within yourself if you think that what you're doing here is useless, or if you think that you would be able to possibly stop something worse from coming. I mean, we do want somewhere to come back to. We're falling back to here. This is where the last stand is going to be. And I think you're dismissing, and I understand why, the importance of what you'd be asked to do here. But it's up to you.
I'm going to be honest here. I'm also not trying to just tell you what to do, but I think your eagerness to leave is clouding your judgment to some extent. You know what I want. I want you to guard Gwen because I'm scared for her, but I'm biased. What I don't know is truly what's best for you to do. I don't know. I think you would be invaluable to us if you can work within the constraints of our teamwork and not overestimate your abilities and your imperviousness and strength and wit. And thinking that you're better than all of us is a bit concerning. But if you can get the ego down a bit and truly think about what the best decision is for you, I will honor it, because I don't know what that is.
Which,
We've all been
that's the
humbled.
point I was going to try to make. Ultimately, we are asking you to make a choice here. I think all of us giving our perspectives is more to make sure all sides are understood. And just as Koa was doing here, I do have to make it clear. If you come with us to Hod Gwen, you won't have free reign. There's too much going on. You'll have to listen to us. We've got to be able to trust that you
I get
will.
that. I know that part. That part I know. You said it yourself earlier. She stops and thinks for a second because she can't remember who it was that said it. And then she turns and she points at Aldo. You said it yourself earlier, reiterating. There's a lot of chaos out there, lots of people, moving parts. It's a lot all at once. It's a lot to take in. It's not just being in a cave with the same 50. She says like the exact number of people in the cave with the same 61 people all over again, doing their same exact routines every time. I mean, this man has shitting down to a science, gesturing towards Daelric. I know, I get it. I'm not going to just go running off in every shape and form that I see, but you understands I need new shapes. I need new forms. I need new experiences. And I need
You
to
don't
do
have to
something.
convince us. You don't have to convince us, Green. If you decide that you want to go, that's the thing that you need to do, then we'll take you. There's just rules. And a personal request, something to chew on, you have limits. It may not feel like you do right now because of what you were and now what you are, but you've got to be able to tell when you're nearing those and make sure to let us know. That part of this whole teamwork thing is that we know where our capabilities end, and then we can learn to lean on the other person rather than overextending ourselves.
Daelric chimes in and says, "Bollocks. Who knows their limits until they hit them? I mean, I've learned mine quite a few times with Aldo here. Aldo, you get that out of your shoes, by the way?"
Yeah, thanks.
He goes, "No, really though. Whoever knows until you find it."
There's a difference between finding it by falling through it and winding up in a horrible situation and finding it because you realize you almost did.
He stops and he looks at you. He gives you a good, hard, long look. And he's like, "Are you an uncle?"
No, why?
You sound an awful lot like somebody who's used to raising children.
He
Daedric,
looks at the other two.
We all almost died in this very cave at one point.
Yeah, I
Does feel
was
like that
there.
sometimes.
I
And
know.
you know what? We found limits and we pushed them, didn't we?
We did.
And
And we have found our limits multiple times since.
And
someday we may not be so lucky. And that's a decision we have to contemplate. We all feel invincible until we hit a wall.
God damn it. Daedric, I know we're giving out advice that we wouldn't have followed a few months ago, but it's important to have somewhere in there. So when you fall on your damn face, somebody's words echo in your brain that aren't just your own saying, do it again.
he said his point. He's not going to belabor it any further. He just waves it away. But he's also somebody that grew up on the streets. Look how well he's earned out.
We also have to live with our decisions. And by leaving this choice to you, I have to live with that. If something happens to Guinevere, I have to live with the fact that I left the decision up to someone else. And whatever decision you make, should we have trouble in Hod Gwyn, and you come with us there and something bad happens here, you have to live with yourself and the decision you make. Your time being stuck in this cave is coming up no matter what, whether you leave with us soon or in a few weeks' time. Exploring the world, getting new things to try out, so on and so forth, will happen for you. The important thing to focus on right now is what we have to do. Guinevere and the Slumbering Queen need to be looked after. The sword needs to be retrieved from Beltran, and we need to stop his lieutenants in Hot Gwyn. Those are the two things you are deciding between. Stretching your legs and trying out new bodies. I understand the temptation to some extent, but That will happen for you no matter what. That time is coming near. I hope that when you sleep on this decision, that isn't the ultimate factor.
She
Where-
He says all
nods.
that. I get called an uncle.
She nods solemnly while Edric leans over and whispers to Aldo something about Koa always being the pain, the weight of the world on his shoulders with such a large broomstick up his ass. Like some everything's a heavy decision.
Mm-hmm.
Like I will never forgive myself for the decision you made for yourself. Like that kind of, like that's what the kind of thing he's making fun of. Whispering to Aldo, but she actually nods solemnly and says, "No, I get it. I do. I get it, and I won't answer now. I will genuinely reflect and give you a decision in the morning. But I already knew this stuff, so I'll take your words. I'll let them rattle around in a way that doesn't just make me fall." And I will speak to you about it in the morning.
Good.
Sounds good to me.
Well, rest up. Good luck, and I don't have anything else inspiring to add.
You were being inspiring.
I thought so.
Yee. Okay.
There's no real hiding it if she's, doing the thing, so I just assume that it's all out there anyway.
Yeah.
So yes, I was trying a little bit there.
Oh no, absolutely. I feel very inspired. I just wasn't sure if everybody else did.
Right.
Right, Edric? Inspired, right?
Huh?
Yeah, you felt super inspired by what Koa said? Just nodding.
Oh, hold on. Koa, can you lend me 2 silver?
Will that influence your answer?
Yes.
Then no.
Then no, he says. Looks back at Aldo and says, "Shirts?"
All right, you're gonna be cold tonight.
takes his shirt off and puts it on the table. It is not worth 2 silver.
Okay.
I'm
What fucking shirt is worth 2 silver?
I'm going to call it a night. It's been a long day. Good luck. He says specifically to Aldo, who didn't ask him for money.
No.
You look over, Aldo's got this pile of coppers. He's like, no worries.
Koa's not even fully down the hallway, door shut, whatever's down there, but he probably hears a muffled version of, I told the guy the truth. You'd think he would have appreciated that, but I guess I had to lie. How do you know with him?
No, he just wanted the truth to be yes.
Oh. Anyways, so yeah, he
Ko instinctively goes to where Guinevere's staying, and then has to catch himself mindlessly going there and turn around to go sleep by himself somewhere.
I mean, if you want, Reem, never mind. So you guys are able to spend the evening. In the morning, when you get up and Koa is going about doing the morning routine, Koa goes out to, as part of his routine, is exercise, whatever it is. He always swings by, what's her name, Nightstorm, to give her carrot or oats or whatever it is, some hay. When you go over there, you can see she's already being brushed and taken care of, and it's Koa that's out there taking care of her.
Good morning, Reem.
Morning, Koa. In Koa's voice. She can't tell the difference.
I hadn't really thought about that as a possibility. I suppose if I had it in me, I would have a competition to see who would give an order she'd follow better, but
It's at
I
this point in
suppose I
time.
could be fooled.
It's at this point in time you realize that Reem is wearing one of your outfits? Because again, I always describe Reem as being able to physically transform herself, but not her clothing. She's wearing one of your like outfits, one of your sets of clothing.
You know, that one wasn't clean. It's fine. You can borrow it.
Oh no, that's why I wore it. It smells horrible, but I figure she's used to that.
I feel like I should be insulted, but I just choose not to be. So you're coming with us?
I wanted to see something first. I spent most of the night awake, but I knew I needed to learn something new about myself. Do I smell? And so that's why I knew I couldn't wear my clothes, because my clothes would smell. And horses, I don't know if you know this, they have extremely keen senses of smell.
Not as keen as an elephant.
Or as a bear, she says, looking at you.
How are you wanting to test this? And what impact does that have on the grand scheme of things?
If I'm going to come with you, we have to be prepared for things that we're not aware of. It's not just looking like someone and sounding like someone. I do that, no problem. Transforms into, what's his name? Edric. Right? I mean, I know you're here to ruin the morning and everything with exercise, but... And you see the horse recoils as she transformed into a different person. Not that Nightstorm. I was said Storm for you. Not that Nightstorm doesn't like Edric by any stretch, but watching Koa physically turn into somebody else in front of her definitely distracted her. Now she sees Koa. Anyways, so makes the joke or whatever as
Remind me to never let Edric wear my clothes.
She'll chuckle and say, "Well, we need to know not just to look like and sound like, but also talk like. I think Mikhail was on to me when I was pretending to be you. But I also noticed something. You and Mikhail, you pick your words well. Most people don't do that."
Well, with you, I always just assume that no matter what I'm saying, you're also reading my mind. But in general, yes, sometimes I still come across in ways I don't mean to. But I genuinely try to do well, mean well, and treat others well.
Koa,
I am a bit stubborn.
before you get off on a long speech, I don't think you understand. Most people shit out their mouths like someone who ate bad cheese. They don't think, they just talk. You're more deliberate. I'm going to try that.
Good, I suppose. There's an inn in Hodgwyn that it changes your clothes. It makes you look fancier and smell nicer and dress you up and things like that. It's a magical place. I don't know if those enchantments would affect your appearance.
Let's not
They
test
force
it.
you to look like you. Well, we're going to a place where who knows if someone like that might be in Beltran's employ. We're going into the unknown. That's what I mean. Someone else there might be able to read your thoughts. Someone else there might be able to see through your looks. We have to assume that all of those things are possible, not just
Would
smell.
Aldo go into that situation dressed in one of his disguises?
Well, depending on risk reward, perhaps.
Dressed
But
as
also, his disguises
one of the
aren't magical; they're practical.
She doesn't understand what you're describing well enough, even though
Neither
I
does
DM
Koa.
do. Yeah. So she doesn't counter it. She just takes it as face value because why would Koa say anything other than the fact, right?
He just knows there's a difference. He doesn't know what it. If she asked for any nuance, he'd be like,
You're speaking Koa's truth.
Yeah.
She's taking it as though it's fact, right? So she doesn't counter. She just kind of like takes a moment to digest it. She says, "Then we move strategically around there. But this is why I was trying the smell. Is if I need to be one of Beltran's lieutenants or anybody else and we're going into their house, can I trick their dog?
If you're going to be one of Beltran's lieutenants, we don't know what he asks of his lieutenants. We don't know how he treats his lieutenants. If someone acts out of turn, if someone acts slightly off, if someone hesitates to obey an order, yes, every moment in your life is going to be in danger if you're in a place like that, and who knows what the consequence might be. That's the weight I wanted you to consider. There's a lot on the line, and if you slip up, then Beltran knows something else is off, and he knows it could escalate things and lead everyone right after us right away to the crack, to who knows where. We have to make decisions all the time, and despite our capabilities, we don't always know the right answers, but they all have consequences. Some dire, some unforeseeable, some we know we're taking the risks. It's different when your life and others' lives are on the line than it is thinking about it. It's different swinging your sword and meaning to take a life than it is punching someone in the head.
Koa, I appreciate the time that you spend telling me how different it is. But I bet I will not appreciate it a quarter as much as the time you'll spend showing me how different it is.
So whenever I asked you if you made your decision, the answer was yes.
Sorry. The answer is now yes. Since, looks over at the horse.
Well, hope you're packed up. I think we'll be heading out soon.
Oh. I spent a lot of time thinking. I should probably worry about packing. Let's see. Why don't I... She transforms into a much, more lithe form. Effectively like a scrawny, guy, girl, whatever. And that way she easily slips out of Koa's clothes because they fall off of her. Right? Because it doesn't fit anymore. It's just so loose. Easily slips out of Koa's clothes. And then we'll put on some other outfit that she has nearby. She's like, okay, ready.
I guess I just assumed that you acquired more sense, but not much shopping to do here.
Doesn't say anything. I suppose there's one more detail we should probably cover. I thought it would be unwise if people had bad memories and misplaced any of their belongings. So none of them did that I know of. Well, anyways, I won't have anything for shopping when we go. So if there are supplies that I need,
we will get you taken care of. If it comes down to a fight, do you need a weapon of some kind?
looks at her hand in whatever life form that she's in right now. Looks at her hands, and then it kind of gets larger into a large bugbear's hand, and then the rest of her body transforms into that of a bugbear, and says, "Nah."
What about if you're stuck fighting from range?
Goes back to the other form because the clothes are screaming in this one, and says, "Huh? You don't? You take cover, you move, you flee?"
I carry a few javelins, but mostly yes.
Thinks for a second and says, "I'm pretty sure I could figure out how to use a javelin." And I don't know if you toss her one.
Yeah, sure.
By sheer coincidence, doppelgangers have this ability called mimicry. If you throw a javelin once or twice in front of her, she instantly understands the muscle. She instantly learns the muscle memory of how to do that, and she now knows how to use javelins.
Cool.
Yeah,
We're building a supervillain.
they're instantly proficient in all weapons, armors, and shields. So, yeah, which is useful. But either way, cool. So that is that. I think you're officially leaving and heading to Hodgwen this day. Ooh, I have to bloop the bloop. It has been blooped. You're heading to Hodgwen this day, right?
I think so.
Cool.
Is she still reading Koa's mind today?
No. I have to.
Okay.
If you go, the spell only lasts how long? Even though I can do it at will, and then you would have to refail the save.
Okay. I was just curious.
Minutes.
Yeah, it's 1 minute per level. Her cast level is probably going to be her so it's probably 4 minutes, right? Is show cast level here? Oh no! Oh shit! It's cast level
probably higher than
18.
that.
It lasts 18 minutes.
Yeah, okay.
That's crazy. That's cool. That is not her HD, but that's cool.
I think that's it for Koa at the crack.
Cool. Awesome. So her plan is to go and help you guys with moving things more rapidly, but obviously she can't just do stuff. Very much has to be, well, she's going to follow around Daddy so he can
God damn it.
teach her a lesson.
All right, the Hodgwen.
Cool. Your characters are going to get there that night, or however many hours later it is that we'll figure out next session. But it's already 20 past 12. I gotta, I guess, the doodle. So, yeah. Brittany texted me a little bit ago. She's on the couch. I gotta go get her into the bedroom. Womp womp. So, okay. Cool. Yeah.
Guys, we got through Leshev. We got through the crack. We're finally back in Hodgwen, where we were so excited to be the last time for a month.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
Oh.
Here we are.
Where's
Once again.
Dwayne? Is Dwayne in Hodgwen, or is Dwayne at the crack? Where was Dwayne?
Yeah, he's in Hodgwen.
Okay.
With, what's his name?
Casper.
With Casper. And did you leave anybody else there?
I don't
I think so.
Yeah, I don't think so either. You're
Any
bringing
more
your
veins
Shanti
there,
with you
but-
too, by the way.
That's
Yeah.
right.
Oh yeah, because yeah.
At one
Yep.
point in time, Mikhail or Aldo, not Koa, while you guys are traveling, would see, what's her name, Reem, go like walking up to where Ashanti is, and like maybe like pop up and sit on something that Ashanti's near, and as she's popping up and sitting on it, she'll transform into Gwen and be like, "So, girl talk," and then whether she catches an eye or somebody says something to her, she'll very rapidly switch, not in Gwen's form, but either way. Cool. Yeah, that's that.
Very tactful, that one.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Uh,
For having those mind reading powers, definitely seems to be pretty obsessed with putting foot in mouth.
she's also learning all of that because you have to think of it this way. The exception of those memories from forever ago, she's like a month old, right? So she's very rapidly learning how to be herself.
Well,
Well, shoved in a
mentally,
cave.
she was a full adult.
Yes.
Physically, she's... Yeah.
Yeah. But she's a new person now, right? Anyways, cool. Keegan, anything exciting happening on Tuesdays or other days of the week?
Yeah, I think it's just Tuesdays, unless I've forgotten something. Yeah, over on twitch.tv/unnatural_1s, I think is the whole deal on Tuesdays at 7 p.m. Central. My brain is trying to turn off. I run a Pathfinder First Edition game. The campaign is called Into the Storm, and I run that with a few friends over there. We are on the final arc of that campaign, and there has been much tragedy and funny shit and other things, but we are just about to embark on the last leg of that adventure. So Hop onto that journey if you'd like to. It's a good enough point as any, to be honest. And yeah, if we see you over there, great. I'll definitely be nice to you, unlike Scott will.
And if not, he will put a curse on you and your entire family.
I wasn't going to tell him that part. I was going to let it be a surprise.
He might do that.
Only surprise if you end up cursing them. If you don't end up cursing them, then they never get the surprise.
Well, it'll be surprising either way, one way or the other.
Damn.
Otto, you don't have to say accurate things. You could just not.
Don't worry. In the first 6 months of us playing this campaign, we're going to break the curses, start kingdom building. It's going to be great.
Listen, One Piece has been ending for 3 years now, all right? I think I'm still ahead of schedule.
You know, if Scott hadn't taken 6 vacations and 19 work days this last 6 months, we probably would have finished the
What? In 52 weeks, we played 54 sessions.
How many sessions have we played in the last 3 months?
Sounds
I
like
have-
fake news to me.
No. From
That sounds
August,
like
where my
news.
daughter was born, through till August, we played 54 sessions in 52 weeks. However,
I count the weeks we didn't play before she was born and right after she was born.
however, August we still played normal. September we still played normal. October things got weird because I was in a different country.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, you put that load on me instead.
And that hasn't stopped me before, so that one's on you, buddy.
Sessions.
No, but you're not streaming.
Who forgot what a condom or vasectomy was?
Right, you always
Oh,
bring up your daughter like it wasn't your decision
You
to
didn't-
have a daughter.
Hold on, no, I wanted to have the daughters. That
Quit
that's
using her
all
as an
W.
excuse.
Is that an
Because
excuse?
you knew you had this commitment before you made that one.
That-
We came first.
That wasn't an excuse. I said we were here for all those games. October, I was in a different country.
3 of us greater than 1 daughter. Okay.
I disagree. If it was a trolley, I know which way I'd pull it. Sorry, boys. No
Yeah,
offense.
we would just live. It's fine.
Yeah,
Yeah, we just live. It's super easy.
might make Norway sad, but Actually, I think usually the trolley set up that the 3 of you are there, and then it would be my individual daughter not there. So I get to do the Norway cop out, which is don't interact with them. If you make no choice, then it's not your fault either side dies.
Now, some moral arguments will show that killing and letting die are oddly similar. The action.
Inaction is also a choice.
It is.
No, but
I
you
like
were
super
choosing not
strongly
to
disagree.
engage in that.
That's still a choice.
That's no,
choice.
it's not.
There's
your
blame
problem.
still at your feet.
No,
I don't
Saying it's
subscribe.
not your problem
I don't
is your
subscribe to that
choice, yeah.
philosophy.
listen. Just saying. Just
Watch
saying.
Distractable. Jake doesn't do anything. There's a Patreon. Apparently, every now and then we're just going to record willy-nilly and put stuff there. But also, you could interact with the campaign, come up with characters, places, things, items, all
could
kinds of shit on the Patreon.
redo
Check
how
it
the
out.
Patreon works for January, but I won't have time until January to do it. But then I'll do it. Maybe one
Well,
of
the
these
good
guys
thing-
will actually
Dude,
come
you've
up with an
not
idea to
had
put in
time
there.
since, what'd you say, October, and every month you're like, oh, I stubbed my toe this week. Oh, I
guys-
got laryngitis.
Maybe
You
one of
guys
these
never
guys
even
will
have
come up with
ideas.
what you can pay me for, or what the fuck?
You
Yeah,
guys
January,
No,
the
your own
holidays
shit.
in January, you're gonna come up with something like, "Oh, fucking President's Day, I gotta go lick my car or something." You're gonna have some excuse.
President's Day. Is that a day?
I don't have a Tesla. I don't need a liquor.
That is a day.
I don't know
That
what
is
it
actually
is.
a day.
It's important.
I don't remember when it is. I only remember. when it
I do
comes
have a
up for
question
work.
though. When
on,
is
hold
the
on.
rest of
President's Day
Keegan's
is
campaign?
George Washington's
No.
birthday.
When's that coming out on YouTube? That's all I need to know.
When's what coming out on YouTube? Me
Enemy
in the
lines.
car?
No, enemy lines.
I
Yeah.
think I have it uploaded. I just didn't schedule it because I was releasing everything else. Everything
Well, you're
else
gonna
just
go
got
fuck
released.
off and do nothing the next few hours. So
No,
get it done.
I released a video a day for a while. Catch it all
I
up.
don't care what you did then. I care what you do now.
Oh, in that case, bye everybody.
Unbelievable.